hello. Yeah, hello. I'm Miao. I'm trying to think. It's morning. My head's barely thinking. So, morning stream. So, reason why I'm streaming so early is because I want to play this game as long as I can. So, I'm excited. But good morning, good night, wherever you are. I hope you can enjoy this playthrough. I'm hoping I can get through about. There's lots of cute girls in here. I'm excited. I wanted to bring up the collab yesterday with Sherry. I had fun with it, with her. Very, very chaotic. I think we got tired afterwards. Like after we ended, I ended stream. We talked for a bit and then we had a boy tie. I blame the alcohol. I blame the alcohol. But I'm all good. I had my coffee. I had a cake. So I think I'm pretty good for a couple hours before I start getting hungry. But like I said, I want to try to get through about at least today, since I'm playing so early. So it's about to be 1 in the afternoon for me. Well, it's already in the afternoon, but let's see if we can finish a route. I'm not gonna yap too much because I want to get through it as soon as possible. I only played like a little bit of the beginning because I have my Steam Deck I bought. I was like, I bought a lot of stuff for my for Christmas for myself. I was like, okay, the excuse was like, I'm gonna buy this for myself for Christmas. I deserve it. And I bought the Steam Deck after Christmas. I was like, I feel like I didn't get myself that much because I bought myself an iPad, the AirPod, AirPods Max, the headphones, and then that's it. But I bought the headphones back in like September, and then the iPad was like November-ish. So I was like, this is my Christmas itself. Some of the games you can't play on Steam Deck, which kind of sucks. Which I can tell why, because sometimes it does glitch out. But oh, also, I'm white hair today. I wanted to try something different, so I wanted to try with the white hair toggle. So I'm white hair now. It's because all the stress is getting to me. So now I only have white hair and pink highlights. But let's get started. I'm gonna start from the beginning. Ooh. I wonder if I should lower the sound. I think it might be a little bit loud. I want to see if that's a good volume. That might be. The voices might be a little bit too loud. I'm gonna put it like halfway. If it put everything halfway. The cute girls. She sounds cute. I've been eyeing. Oh, you can't see the mouse, but you can. Maybe I should show my mouse. No, because then it's gonna bother me. Okay, the reddish hair girl I've been eyeing. Well, all of them look so pretty. All of them look so cute. I'm gonna lower it a little bit down the BGM, but I'm gonna raise it up so you guys can hear it. It's a little bit too much for me. I'm gonna put it right there. Oh. Oh, she sounds cute. She sounds good. I like her too. Oh no. I'm stuck with her because she sounds like Daiwa Scarlet. That's cute. Shortcuts. Quick save. I'm trying to see, how do you save? Auto mode, quick save. is escape. Okay. I'm excited. I honestly don't know what this visual novel is about. So all I saw were the tags, but then I see cute girls, then I'm like, oh, I'm shallow. I think I want to move my model this way. Sometimes I feel like I'm blocking the text. So I want to put myself this way. Let me kind of move myself too. Kirikashi when they cry. I've been wanting to play that one too. There's a lot of games I wanna play. See, then it looks like I'm. See, it bothers me every time I play a visual novel. Okay, we'll just do it like that. It's okay. My hair might be in the way, but it's okay. Intense sunlight blazes down on the road as if to declare the arrival of summer. The burning asphalt radiates heat, mixing with the scent of the tide to form a thick, muggy atmosphere. It's way too early for this kind of weather. When the temperature is abnormally high, you're always going to get some people who lose their head and start acting erratically. Oh god, you're telling me. But where I live, oh, yeah, people are insane. In other words, it's only natural that police would be on the lookout for suspicious types of times like these. It was about 10 minutes ago that I realized I'd been mistaken for one of those heat-stroke Adler sorts.
名前が風見雄二。住所は山梨県大里郡。
Sweat pouring from his forehead as he examines my license. The policeman is in front of me, takes a glance at the large backpack I'm carrying, then continues the background check.
山梨から来たのか、あんた。
Yes.
この町には何の用事で？大荷物背負ってどこかへ行く途中かい？
どこ? I told you this 10 minutes ago. I'm moving. This luggage is everything I own.
それじゃあ、引っ越す先の住所は？
Like I said, I don't have one yet. The answer's not going to change no matter how many times you ask.
引っ越し先の住所も決まっていないのに引っ越してきたっていうのかい？君、何を隠しているの？そろそろ本当のことを教えてよ。
Where did that come from? Where are you going? What are you planning to do here? Depending on the context, these could be fairly he's a smart ass. Physiological question, but as far as the police inquiries go, they're pretty run-of-the-mill. From the perspective, anyone wandering without clear-cut business is by default a criminal of some sort. Let alone someone like me, carrying around a conspicuous, bulky luggage. It's as good as guarantee that they stop me. That is their job, I suppose. Since this little scene acts as a crime of deterrent through its visibility, it's not an entirely waste of effort. But unfortunately, I don't have all day to play along. I drop a glance towards the digital watch I'm wearing around my left wrist. Go me! Sorry, but I'm keeping someone waiting. I really can't spare any more time for hanging out with bored cops. A bored police force is proof that the city's at peace. Take it as a compliment. Inexplicably taking offense at my tone, the policeman clicks his tongue in irritation and tosses my license back.
じゃあ、風見さん。悪いけど、お背中の荷物の中身、確認させてもらっていいかな？
I refuse.
どうして？
どうして？
何か見られたくないものでも入ってるの？刃物とか持ってない？
I don't rely on blades. Policy of mine. Look, are you really telling me to unpack all this on the spot? I'll take an hour at least. 30 minutes just to take it all out. 30 minutes to stuff it back in.
じゃあ立ち話もなんだし、警察署に行こうか。冷たいお茶ぐらい出すからさ、そこでゆっくりお話を聞かせてよ。
I just told you, I don't have time. I can't accept voluntary questioning. I know you can't just back down in this situation, but if I say I'll head over there myself later, can we wrap this up for now?
そんな都合のいいこと言って、そのまましらばっくれる気だろ。だったらせめて自宅の連絡先を教えてよ。
As I've explained, I'm in the middle of a move. I vacated my old place, so I don't have an
じゃあご
address.
両親の住んでいる実家の住所だ。まさか両親もホームレスだとは言うまい？
This asshole. I don't have any parents, no siblings or relatives either. They're all dead. Oh.
本当に？やっぱり何か隠してるんじゃないの？
This is going
警
nowhere.
察署まで来てくれれば無駄な問答をしなくて済むんだけどね。今パトカー呼ぶから少し待っててくれる？
Then at least let me call the person I'm supposed to be meeting. At this rate, they'll be waiting all day.
そりゃ構わないけど。相手は誰？お友達？
I'm not gonna tell you
言
that.
えないような相手なのか？
It's your It's your mother. We had an appointment at the hotel tonight.
は？
Huh? I was keeping quiet out of the goodness of my heart. You dragged it out of me. So don't blame me when your parents get a divorce and you're homeless.
バカにしてるのか？え？
About 30 meters away from where we're talking, someone screams. A desperate cry follows within. A woman sits collapsed on the street, stretching out her hand. Her high heels lie on the ground, knocked off her feet by the sudden fall. Just about halfway between us, there's a man in a flashy Hawaiian shirt running in this direction.
警察か。
Although the thief flinches for a moment at the sight of the policeman in uniform, after a quick check for a convenient side street, he barrels
ど
onward.
けくれ！
Brandishing the stolen bag menacingly, his hand violently gestures out of my way.
止まれ！止まりなさい！
The cop is completely flustered. He's quite clearly unaccustomed to this sort of situation. While he's panicking, the distance between us and the thief shrinks with surprising swiftness.
やめだ！
I wonder if the volume's good. Let's raise it up a little bit more. The man runs in a straight line towards a breakthrough to freedom. I happen to be standing directly in the middle of his path.
どけっつってんだろうが！
So loud. Maybe I should lower the sound effects. Jesus.
音量の設定なんてしないんだからね。
Oh, you're so cute. Should be like that. We'll see with everything. Put it like it should be fine. I feel like it. We'll see.
セーブしないんだからね。
I think it's in my other file. As he prepares to strike with the bag, suddenly the movement of his shoulders. That's cute. He's a cute cat. Of his shoulders and arm for the first sign of motion, and hit the wrist sharply just as he began to swing. The man's arm instantly stiffens and loses all momentum. His eyes pop wide open in shock. I immediately grab the collar of the Hawaiian shirt he's wearing and firmly draw him towards me. Before the man can offer resistance to my pull, I smoothly reversed and used my body weight to shove against him. When pushed just as they began to brace themselves against being pulled, anyone except a genuine expert is going to be thrown off balance. Nice shirt. Where'd you buy it? Shock spreads across the man's face as his knees buckle against his will. I try to gain a chokehold using my grip on the neck of his shirt, but the man promptly draws his head back and shifts his body to the side, preventing me from landing a hold on his neck. Although I expected as much from a glance at his build, it seems like he's somewhat experienced in judo. But in this case, you would have been better off trying a decisive tackle. Rotating around the purse snatcher in the opposite direction of his slide, I yank his right arm upwards with both hands in one movement. I've circled to his back. Whoa. What a Hawaiian shirt, bro. Next, pull back on the opponent's wrist and elbow and pin him to the ground. This is just basic Aikido. Aikido, by the way. Oh. Hey now, you got your priorities all wrong. Before worrying about me, you should kill the guy who sold you that shirt. Perhaps unconsciously, the man's empty right hand desperately slaps at the asphalt. While holding the thief pinned, I quickly shoot a look behind me. Don't just stand there. Oh! The policeman jerks up straight in response to my angry shout. Taking a pair of handcuffs from the pouch around his waist, he runs over to restrain the criminal. The purse snatcher seems to be resigned himself to his fate and doesn't offer any pointless resistance. He accepts his red-handed arrest for theft docilely, then sits quietly on the ground with his head hung as the policeman radios for backup. Ah, it's so loud! It's so loud. Apparently, they're wearing far too off as the siren approaches in no time. Jesus, it's so loud. I'm wondering if I should lower it. I'm gonna lower it a little bit. I feel like it should be fine. Let me see. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. The two policemen get out of the arriving cruiser and push the criminal into the back seat. As I'm quietly watching the scene in perfect positivity, the policeman from earlier runs over. I'll pass on the letter of thanks. So how about letting me move on? I figured as much. Shaking my head in aspiration, slightly rebuked myself. I should have just left it alone. As the policeman pushes at my back, I glance at my wristwatch. It warns me that I'm already 5 minutes late for my meeting. Interesting.
もうそろそろ話してくれないか
30 minutes have passed since I was brought to the interrogation room. Familiar as the place where Kryn was breaking to the flop sweat in TV dramas. I'm sitting on a cheap foldable pipe chair, my arms folded in perfect silence.
そうやって黙ってちゃいつまで経っても帰れないぞ。誰かと待ち合わせをしているんだろ。さっさと話して終わらせた方がいいんじゃないか。
Instead of responding, I close my eyes, a silent statement, indicating that I have absolutely no intent of opening my mouth. The detective clicks his tongue in expiration at my attitude. I've got a pretty fair idea of what he'll be doing next.
やましいことがないなら話せるだろう。いつまでだんまりを決め込むつもりだ。
音量の設定なんてしないんだからね。
The sound of something being struck, and an even louder attempt at intimidation. This is the point where a timid guide would be jumping in his seat with his eyes wide, or maybe staring at the floor and quivering. As for me, my eyes are still shut, my arms are still folded quietly. My mind is totally blank. It's a mood. I've been accustomed to adults shouting at me like this since I was a child. Following the threat stage, the next step would be for him to grip my hair and jolt me back and forth. But I'm dealing with an official authority group here. I should get off without direct violence this time. Not to say that they won't pull out the old TV clicks and harass me by shining a desk lamp in my eyes or something of the sorts. I can roughly translate the detective's sigh. Goddamn kids these days. I gently open my eyes in order to sneak a look at his disgusted face. The detective sitting in front of me seems to be challenging the Guinness World Record for the most dramatic asymmetry between the left and right of his human mouth. Or maybe he's just scowling. When I let out a snort of laughter in response to the unexpectedly pleasant sight, the detective scratches his head violently and glares at me.
あのな兄ちゃん、誰に入れ知恵されたか知らないが、警察で黙秘したって何も得はしないぞ。ん？
It won't gain you anything, but you won't lose anything either, except your time. I turn my gaze to the clock on the wall of the sweat box. An hour has already passed since the scheduled time for my meeting.
なんとか言ったらどうなんだ。
The detective strikes the desk with accidentally comic timing. The best part is the way he knocks his ashtray off the table every time he does this.
もう、なんなんだよお前は。
His tone distinctly fed up. He stoops down to pick the plastic tray off the floor. Kazami Yuji, occupation student.
だから、そりゃもう何度も聞いたっつんだよ。調べたよ。山梨から来たんだろ。過去の犯罪歴はなし、歩道歴も交通違反もなし、何かを表彰されるようなこともなし。ここまで綺麗な懲罰なしってのは変だろう。まるで誰かが細工したみてえに真っ白なんだよお前は。お前は一体何者なんだ。
Oh my god, this dude.
なんだそりゃ。警察に捕まったらそれしか言うなって誰かに言われてんのか。お前どっかのテロリストか。
Almost made me spit out my coffee.
もういい。黙れ。
First it says something. First it says something. Now it's just shut off. Talk about hard to please. Our cartasious detective scowls yet again and scratches his head. Flakes of dandruff drifted grandly through the air. Based on his really wrinkled suit and heavy stubble, I'd say he hasn't been home in days.
なあなあなあ。頼むよ。こっちの事情も考えてくれよ。
Another sigh. It's enough to make me want to heave one myself. Because we both take our work seriously, it seems like we're stuck going around in
さっきの
circles.
ひったくり事件の取り調べも進まないし、厄介なの捕まえたよまったく。はい。あ、お疲れ様です。
A slightly plumped elder detective enters the room. Given the respectful tone of a detective I've been chatting with, he's probably a superior of some
どうか
sort.
しましたか？え、はい。ええ。
After a quick glance in my direction, the elderly detective whispers something into the younger man's ear. Before long, the younger detective turns around with me, decisively nonplussed expression. I'm cold.
釈放だとお疲れさん。
Oh, he got in trouble. Why now all of a sudden?
それはこっちから聞いてくれ。それじゃあな。
With those parting words, the young detective leaves the room. The elderly detective watches him go and then faces me with a greasy smile. Oh, he sounds like a sleaze. Ugh.
こちらに連絡が行っていなかったようで、先ほどようやっとあなたの身元保証人の方と連絡が取れた次第でして。
The detective stares at me with eyes like dead fish.
市ヶ谷の関係者なら最初からそう言っていただかないと。
If you'd known I was from Ishigaya from the start, wouldn't you have thrown me in jail, stripped me naked, and sprayed me down with a hose?
まさかご冗談を。うちは天下の桜だもんですよ。
Just to let you know, I'm nothing but a student. My work at Ishigaya is only a part-time cleaning job.
掃除ですか。なるほどね。うまいことおっしゃいますな。さすがはインテリさんの集まりだ。
In response to my words, the detective twists his mouth into something vaguely resembling a smile.
いやー、ですからね。そちらさんもそんなご事情ならば、もっと早く言っておいていただければよかったんですが。ご存知かと思いますが、上があれですから、いろいろとややこしくてね。
That sounds like your fault, buddy. Sarcasm drifting off from every pore of his body, the detective treats me with transparently insincere courtesy. He's perfectly civil on the superficial level, but the atmosphere in his growing increasingly unpleasant. The younger detective from before, hard-ass that he was, seems infinitely preferable. Did you inquire to Ishigaya about me?
いいえね。あなたのお名前をデータベースで検索させたんですがね。検索している最中に電話が鳴りまして、受話器を上げてみたら防衛省の特別の機関からのお電話でして、うちの犬がそちらで保護されていないかと聞きましてね。いや、驚きましたよ実際。うちは保健所じゃありませんからね。
Ugh. Since you found my owner and confirmed that my Wait, what the No, I'm supposed to screenshot it. How else am I supposed to screenshot this? Since you found my owner and confirmed that my leash is properly attached, I should be able to leave now, right?
どうぞご自由に。ああ、そうそう。あなたが今度転入なさる学園の学園長からもこちらに連絡がありましたよ。
That's so.
なかなかいらっしゃらないからと近隣の署に片っ端から連絡を入れたそうですよ。おかげでうちの所長も会議の途中で電話に引っ張られたようでして、散々闇を言われたと言っておりました。
Where's my
お預かり
backpack?
した荷物は玄関に出してありますので、そちらで。なんでしたらうちの車でお送りしましょうか。
You're not getting funds from public taxes in order to shuffle bums like me around, are you? I'll walk. After I'm urged out of the door by the old man, the young detective appears from the rear, carefully carrying the backpack they'd taken from me earlier.
とんでもない重さだな、これは。一体何が入ってるんだ?
Bit of a tough question. I guess you could say my life.
ギャグだとしたら出来は悪いぞ。
That wasn't really what I was going for.
まあ、そんなことはどうでもいい。ちょっと。
Dropping the backpack next to me, the detective lets out a slight sigh. Thanks for lugging it out here. Pretty heavy, isn't it?
仕事で柔道やってるような人間に言う言葉じゃないな。田舎の警察とはいえ、その辺は仕込まれてる。
True. Guess it's natural for a policeman. Sorry. The detective smiles warily.
なあ、お前、埋め立て地の学生なんだってな。
I'm wearing the school uniform, you can see at the glance.
制服が着られているって感じだがな。
He claps my shoulder as we pass each
気
other.
をつけてな。いろんな意味で。
With those parting words, he heads back into the police station. Guess I don't make a convincing student yet. I'm wearing a black slacks and a short sleeve dress shirt, as well as a blue tartan check necktie. Excluding my somewhat longish hair, I should be the very image of a student. I guess it's a little difficult turning into something like that all of a sudden. But it's probably precisely because it's difficult that I decided to give it a try. For a while, I myself didn't understand why I asked for this. But now, I think I have a faint grasp on the reason. I wanted to become something that I couldn't understand. Something that I wasn't. At the moment, I've done nothing but smooth down my edges a bit. Perhaps later on I'll become a student on the inside as well. The sun that had been climbing upwards earlier has now finally reached the zenith. The temperature keeps on rising and sweat oozes from my skin. I was pretty sure she'd pick me up, but... Sensing a presence, I lowers my gaze from the sun. My eyes, well accustomed to high contrast lighting, project a human form in a silhouette for only the briefest of its moments before the details fade in.
お勤めご苦労様。
She with little buttons! Oh my gosh, she's so cute! Wait, let me see if I can change the shortcut. Can I... What is it? Where is... Screenshot. F12. Where's... F12 is minimizing it. Can it be F10? I can't change it. No. Move cursor. No, I can't screenshot it. These monsters. It's a horrible toggle to have. A woman raising an awkward salute, grinning broadly, stands before my eyes. Spare me. I don't want to see a pose like that outside the workplace. In the first place, what's with the dopey salute? The girls in the bikinis on the Maritime SDF recruitment posters have more impressive forms.
もういいじゃないの。早速のお仕事をねぎらってるのに。
Oh, she's so cute! I don't recall contributing enough to society to deserve any appreciation.
はいはい。来た早々とんでもない目にあったのはわかるけど、八つ当たりはしないでちょうだい。
You sound so cute. She opens the door of the car stopped next to her.
乗って。目的を遂行する方が最優先。でしょ?
Yeah, true enough. like this. I like the setting of this. Like the. I don't know how to put it. I just like everything. It's just like an anime. From Mishima Cape Police Station to National Highway 133 southbound, we proceed the prefectural highway and advance further out towards the cafe. A range of slowly rotating wind turbines come into view, indicating our proximity to the
び
sea.
っくりしたのよ。時間になっても現れないし、これは何かあったんだって連絡したら、案の定警察の厄介になってるし。
Oh, the little sprite! That's cute!
この暑さだから熱射病で倒
Maybe I
れ
should
てる
tiny
のかと
myself
思っ
like
ちゃっ
that.
た。
I should tiny myself like that. Let me tiny myself. So I'm like, there we go. I doubt you really thought I was
ど
sick.
うしてそんなことが言えるの？
She's so cute. We were trying the police stations first, not the hospitals.
そりゃあなたのことだからぶっ倒れる前に何とかするとは思ったけど、一応体のこと気遣ってるんだから素直に聞けばいいのに。
Accuracy in weather's forecasts and interpersonal communications make society run
可
smoother.
愛くない。
Go, your little pal! Pouting again, she continues her
第
harnage.
一、ここにだって本数は少ないけど電車は通ってるんだから、それで来ればよかったのに歩いてきちゃうんだもん。それも聞いてびっくりしたのよ。ヒマラヤにでも登るような大荷物背負ってるって。
Sorry, I hate
だ
trains.
からって歩いてくるなんて常識外れよ。どうしたの？黙っちゃって。
Did you not mention this to the other students? I don't want them getting any funny ideas about me from the get-go.
変なのが来たって警戒されるかもね。確かに。
I got enough of that from the police to last me a while.
やっぱり職質受けてたのね。はい、着いたわ。ここよ。
Nice. Nice. Wait, I'm on. Ooh. Let me see. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Did it save? I don't know if it saves my. I forgot how to screenshot. I think my computer like reset it as freaking. The font is huge. I'm blind, but I'm not that blind. Okay, close enough. Alright, we arrived. This is. Oh, yeah. The car proceeded about 500 meters along an area of reclaimed coastal land before she brought it to a stop. So that's what he meant by landfill. I see. As I'm recalling the words of the detective from before, the woman continues our conversation with a sudden cheerful tone.
どう？立派でしょ。この近隣の学校の中では一番新しいのよ。
Fancy school. Very nice. Barely even looks like a school. Although I heard it was a new school, its external appearance generally isn't what I expected. It looks like a hotel. A 3-story building, the pure white color of outer walls is the only typical school-like element, with every other aspect more closely resembling the city office building. The gates to the right and left are less evocative of a school gate than a functional fence at some facility. The mountain signboard likewise is an alternating thing printed in a simple typeface rather than a hand-drawn work of calligraphy.
これからここがあなたの母校になるのよ。感慨深くない？
She's so cute. Only just arrived at this place. If I say I was deeply moved by the sight, it'd be a lie.
味もそっけもない。人間想像力が大事なのよ。新設校だからあまり学校のイメージがないかもしれないけど、学生だってちゃんと普通のいい子たちがいるのよ。
See, that's like a red sign right there that she's saying that. She's cute. She's cute.
え
Her rigmarole is abruptly interrupted by high-pitched shrieks of two girls.
やめなさいマキナ。やめなさいって。お願いだからお願いだから。
I like this already.
あまね、なんで逃げるの？セミかわいいよ。
Oh heck no! No! Oh no!
虫は大嫌いなのよ。
Let me lower the voice down. Seems like it's a little bit.
音量の設定なんてしないんだからね。
I do not like Michaels either. What the heck? Oh my god.
むせ返るほど笑ってんじゃないわよマキナ。あんた後で覚えてなさいよ。おやつ抜きにするんだから。
This is so cute. She's gonna die. Oh, that's cute! Oh my god, everything is so animated. That's so cool. Normal. Could you define that term? Is there a class where we chase each other around brandishing insects?
違うのよ。あの子たちはそのね、わかるでしょ？
Yeah? I don't think I do, but it's nice to see that it's lively. It's a lively school.
でしょ？とりあえず行きましょうか。中に。
Having apparently forgotten what she was planning to do with her outspread hands, she totters through the school gate. Her office is positioned quite near the school building's front entrance. The furniture is nicely arranged based around an old-fashioned desk and chairs. In contrast to the incongruity of the building's external appearance, this room is a textbook example of the old-fashioned principal's office.
そこ座って。
I sit on the genuine leather sofa that's one of the room's more prompted furnishings. After waiting for me to settle myself, she lowers herself into the seat across from me.
学園長の立花千鶴です。ようこそ美浜学園へ。はじめまして。
Oh, she's the principal?
それともお久しぶりねの方がいいかしら、あさみくん。
On a practical level, nice to meet you might be better option.
そっか。そうね、確かに。
She has a little cat mouse. She has one like me. She's so cute. With a slight amused smile, Principal Tachibana takes out a pamphlet.
まあ、あなたのことだからもう概要は知ってるとは思うけど、一応説明はしておくわ。
She flits past a couple pages of the brochure. I hadn't noticed, but her fingernails are lightly polished.
ここは学校法人榊学園の運営する私学の学園で、全国から選ばれた学生たちを集めて日々勉学に励んでいるの。榊学園の母体は関東一円に私鉄網を持つ東浜急行電鉄グループ。その資金力を持って最高の設備と教職員を揃えているわ。まず
The principal's talk shifts to more detailed matters. The East Beach Express is an enormous corporation group with its hands in real estate and large-scale retail, but its core business is the management of the rail line connecting Tokyo and Hina Airport. The EBE's management is shouldered by Sakaki. Wait, that's how you pronounce it. Sakaki family, and it seems plausible that this Sakaki's Academy Corporation is also administered by them directly. But that's only a guess based on circumstantial evidence. There's a lack of public information on the Secretive Corporation activities. The very existence of this academy isn't well known. I didn't gain anything that could be called definition proof from my investigation so far.
あなたは2年生として学園に入ってもらいます。早速明日のホームルームで転校のことをお知らせするから、それ以降は自由に振る舞って構わないわ。
Her fingers come to a stop, bringing her hands gently together. The principal raises her gaze from the pamphlet and meets my eyes.
あなたのお望み通り、普通の学園生活を送るには最適の環境だと思うけど。
I have a few questions.
どうぞ。
Dozo? I like the way she said it. First, today's a weekday, but there was barely anyone on the school grounds. What's going on?
少数精鋭なのよ。学生数はあなたを入れて6人だけなの。
We have handpicked it elite few. The total number of students including you is what? That's insane. Only 6?
そうよ。
The elite few?
ええ。
That included our friends with the cicada just now.
もちろん。
Question 2. Where am I living from today on?
全寮制なの。後で学生寮の場所を案内します。そこからここに通ってちょうだい。音量の設定なんてしないんだからね。寮といっても十分な広さのある個室だから安心よ。
In that case, not a problem.
以上かしら。
Before we finish, one last thing.
はい、どうぞ。
For this last question only, I stared directly into her eyes. I need to confirm that the principal intentions in bringing me in here. After all is said and done, is this a normal school? The principal closes her mouth. After a moment of silence, she opens it again. A gentle smile. I'm convinced that she isn't lying to me to further some hidden self-interest.
あなたがあの時に言った希望、ちゃんと覚えているわよ。
The principal slowly stands up and walks to the windowsill. The athletic grounds are visible from the window. Although resembling those of a normal school, the grounds are skirted by an improbable high wall.
普通の学園に入って、普通の学生生活が送りたい。
Hi, Terry. hello. There's so many pretty girls in here. The mere handful of students, the bizarrely extravagant faculties, the on-campus dormitories, the high wall surrounding it all. It clearly indicate abnormality. She's a principal! She's a principal!
あなた自身の境遇を考えると、ここしか条件に合うところがなかったのよ。
I thought today is a good change for the white hair. A little bit different. I guess you're right.
私はあくまでもここは普通の学園だとあなたに言います。
Is the volume good? I don't know if the volume's good. I feel like it might be a little bit too long. I've been messing with it throughout the game. The principal turns to face
だか
me.
らあなたもここで普通に過ごしてくれればいいわ。何かしてほしいとか私から言うことはあ
It's a
りま
bit
せん。
low. Let me see. What about now? Understood.
それじゃ寮の方へ案内するわ。
With a nod, I rise to my feet. Hi. Okay. On the ground outside, a gust of salty sea air kips up a cloud of sand.
ここが学生寮よ。管理室も含めると部屋数は全部で11。
I'm a bit low though. Let me hire myself up. Okay.
各部屋ごとにお風呂とトイレとキッチンが備え付けられてるから生活の心配はないわ。家具も何キョロキョロしてるの？
The skaters pair from earlier don't seem to be around.
ああ、スオさんとイリスさんのことね。二人ともまだ学園に残っているのかもね。小峰さんもいないようだし。
The coal mine. That coal mine guy is a student here too?
その子に寮の案内を頼んでいたんだけど姿が見えないから。
So you don't have a minute grasp on the movements of the students, I see.
私はほら単なる学園長だから。
Oh god, no. Merely it isn't.
ちょっと待ってね。部屋にいるのかもしれないから。
She's so cute. The principal walks towards the interior of the building. Left there by myself, I stare vaguely up at the ceiling. Soon I've unconsciously fallen into a habit of counting the numbers of visible sprinklers, then roughly estimating the scale of the building. Calculating the time needed to gain control of the front entrance and ascertaining the location of the emergency exit. Thank you for stopping by, Cherry. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. I hope you have a good day. Not that many support pillars are there. Guess that's why the ceiling is a bit low.
あ
Oh! Having grown absorbed in analyzing the building, I don't even notice that the tug out of my sleeve.
私の声聞こえてますか？
She's so cute! What the heck? God, you big girl! Until the final excuse me of many finally catches my ear.
あなたは今日到着予定の転入生さんですか？
I dropped my gaze in the direction of the voice and find a girl in a housemaid clothes looking up at me. Not that she particularly diminutive height, except in comparison to a taller male like me.
それとも不審者さんでしょうか？
No one's going to admit that they're an intruder if you ask them point blank.
そういえばそうですね。目から鱗です。
The maid nods several times, slowly closes her eyes, and begins to repeat my words.
不審者かと尋ねられて不審者だと答えるやつはいない。不審者かと尋ねられて不審者だと答えるやつはいない。大丈夫。それでは質問の仕方を変えて、あなたは
Nobody's.
不審者さんではない人でしょうか？
They're not gonna admit that either. Flexible thinking isn't your strong suit, clearly.
はい。
No, never mind. So what does a maid want with me?
ですから私はあなたが怪しい人かどうかを確認しています。
This would be the second time today if I heard that pickup line.
それはおめでとうございます。それであなたは不審者さんではない人なんでしょうか？
You're a lot tougher than you look, maid.
ああ、小峰さん、ちょうどよかった。こちらが今度転入することになった風見くんよ。
At this point, having noticed our voices, the principal calls out to the girl. Seems this maid was Komine.
やっぱり
Komine.
あなたが転入生さんだったんですね。
Komine. I'm Kazami Yuji. Good to meet you.
はい、こちらこそよろしくお願いします。
I don't think you introduced yourself yet.
すみません。
Oh,
下の名前は
the
サチです。
expression.
よろしくお願いします。
Sachi. And this time it's nothing but the first name. I had this thought earlier with the other two, but we certainly gathered some unique elites here.
学生の個性を伸ばすのが学園の役目だから。
Which would mean that she's a student too.
小峰さんはこの学園の1年生よ。あなたには小峰さんが教壇に立つような年に見えた？
Oh, Komine. That's not really my point of confusion here. Uniforms create certain preconceptions. For example, if I see a girl wearing a bunny ears in a bar, I don't ask what she's done with her Bible.
小峰さんは普段からメイド服でいることが多いから。
That's not the explanation.
確かにそうね。それじゃあ小峰さん、説明してあげて。わかりました。私はクラス委員を任されている関係で、よく先生方のお手伝いや雑用をお願いされることが多いのですが、なんだかメイドさんみたいだねという話から、ちょっとメイド服着てみなよと促され、実際着てみたらやっぱり似合うから、なるべく普段から着た方がいいよと提案されたので、なるべく普段からメイド服を着るように心がけています。
I see. You're a devoted one. That fallen bunny girl's sister could learn a thing or two from you.
はい、ありがとうございます。
I wasn't really intending that to be a compliment, but there's no point in telling her that.
じゃあここからは彼女に案内してもらって、その方が話もできていいでしょう。
No objections.
それじゃあ小峰さん、あとはお願いね。わかりました。それではまず1階から案内していきますね。
Hi, if you would dozo. The maid slowly begins to walk, but quickly comes to a stop in front of the management room. Stop dead, she's staring at me with an expression that clearly indicates she has something to say. What's wrong? You need something?
あなたのことを何とお呼びしたらいいのか聞き き忘れていました。
Come to think of it, you're right.
すみません。
Well, you can call me whatever you want.
それでしたらゆうくんと呼ばせていただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
Ooh. He got him pretty familiar all of a sudden.
では風見さんというのはいかがでしょう。
Sure. Anyways, I'll call you Sachi.
サチ。
My bad. Would you like Sachimon better?
いえ、サチで構いませんよ。
Her expressions didn't change in the slightest, but her eyes at the moment she spoke those words had a strange forcefulness. That's so. That's so. Alright, Sachi. Best regards and all that.
はい。
Judging from her smile, it seems she doesn't dislike being called Sachi.
それでは早速なのですが、寮に入って最初に見えるこの部屋が風見さんのお部屋になります。
Nameplate seems to say it's the management room though.
学園長さんのお話では、風見さんには寮長を兼ねてこの部屋に住んでほしいとのことでしたけど。
Oh? In other words, she wants me to play the prison. Oh. Well, at the very least, 3 out of the 6 students living in the dorms are females. It'd probably be prudent to have a room as far as possible from theirs to avoid potential trouble. Mind if I take a look inside?
はい。これが部屋の鍵です。どうぞ。
When I open the door with the key she hands me, a promptly placed set of kitchen and household goods catches my eye. They seem to be in good shape, and I confirm with a glance that the room itself will be more than adequate living environment given my needs.
この寮のすべての部屋には火災報知器が1つと2つのスプリンクラーが設置されています。
Got it. She seems to have guessed my thoughts from the direction of my gaze.
そこは1畳半ほどのウォークインクローゼットになっていると聞いています。
As a little test, I focus my eyes on a different point of interest, and she provides an explanation in the same way. Although she's a little off in some departments, she seems to be pretty sharp in other respects. I see. Looks like there won't be any problems. As I speak, I twist the faucet over the sink. Was someone using this room before I came?
いいえ、少なくとも4ヶ月は誰も使っていなかったはずですが。
The water's pretty clear considering.
まあ、建物自体新しいですし、風見さんがいらっしゃる前はこの部屋を倉庫代わりに使用することもあったので、その時に誰かが水道を使っていたのかもしれません。私も時々お掃除の時にバケツの水を汲むために使っていましたから。
I see. I twist the faucets to stop the water, drop the luggage I've been carrying on the spot, and promptly leave the room.
それから玄関を入って正面のスペースはみんなの共有の場所になっています。
The standard student dorm community space, is it?
はい。マキちゃんやアマネさんなんかはよくここで過ごしていますよ。
That's so. Although I haven't heard those names before, they must be other students.
それから風見さんの部屋の隣はボイラー室。その正面が階段で、その奥には4つの部屋があって、階段の隣の3号室が私の部屋になります。
I heard there are 11 rooms in total. Any reason why you picked one on the first floor?
それは私の名前がサチなので、さっちゃんなら3号室でしょと。
I get the idea.
ここが2階です。2階は基本的に部屋のみの構造となっていて、私以外の学生さんは全員この階に住んでいます。
Which would mean two of these are vacant.
はい、7号室と9号室は現在空き部屋になっています。3階はこの大浴場をはじめとした戦闘的な構造になっています。階段の反対側にはコインランドリーや物干しスペースもあるので、必要な時に利用してください。 もし洗濯自体が苦手なようでしたら、私に言っていただければ代行しますので。
Wouldn't taking care of someone else's chores be a nuisance?
クラス委員ですから。
Alright, I'll keep that offer in mind.
はい。
There's no reason to refuse outright when the offer is delivered with such an earnest smile. By the way, can we use this grand bathroom as we please?
はい。清掃は専門の業者さんが定期的にやってくれているので、清掃中以外は24時間利用可能です。ただ、男湯と女湯に分かれているわけではないので、風見さんが入浴する際は入り口にこの札をかけるようにしてください。
As she speaks, she hands me a card that reads, "In use, male bathing." Sure, I think I might take advantage of it pretty often. The view up here is pretty nice.
そうですね。周りには校舎の他に高い建物もないですし、ガラスの透過率も 75% ですから、海面に沈む夕日を眺めることもできますよ。
An ocean view, huh? Not bad.
ご希望ならすぐに入ることもできますけど。
Cool. She speaks, I notice Sachi's already holding a towel and change of clothes in her hand. You're pretty well prepared.
この大浴場を見た大体の人はすぐに入ってみたくなるみたいなので。
I would too. I see, the fruit of your experience, is it? What's wrong?
風見さんのための着替えではなく、私の着替えを持ってきてしまいました。
As if to demonstrate female. Oh. Is this a declaration that you want to. Yeah!
いえ、そのつもりはありませんでした。すみません。
She's cute. I really don't think there's anything to apologize for.
ありがとうございます。では、これで寮の案内は終わりになりますが、何か質問はありますか？
Let's see. Can I ask about something other than the dorm?
私に答えられることでしたら。
In that case, let's hear your 3 sizes. Oh, God.
はい。上から82、56、83です。
I don't. I have a feeling what those are. At the moment, is there a specific man you're going out with?
いません。
Good God. Your experience with men to date?
ありません。
I know I'm the one who asked you those questions, but answering them so partly. Would that also be because you're the class representative?
クラス委員はみんなの役に立ってこそのクラス委員ですから。
I did it again by accident. No! I can't do screenshot without it exiting the game. What an admirable devotion to customer service.
ありがとうございます。
She's so cute, but God.
他に質問はありますか？
I'm assuming that was her chest size, maybe her waist size, and how tall she is. I'm assuming.
わかりました。もし他に聞きたいことができたら、部屋にある内線電話で3番を押してください。私の部屋につながるので。
Got it.
それでは私はこれで失礼しますね。
With that note of farewell, Sachi bows like a genuine housemaid and starts to turn away. Sachi!
はい。
Thanks for the tour. I appreciate it. Her
はい。
face is cute! The class representatives these days seem to be surprisingly tough-wooted breed. After Sachi's tour ended, I took another look around the interior of the building on my own. By the time I returned to my room, the sun is already low in the sky and the light glowing dim. I should probably put this stuff away before it gets dark. Opening my backpack, I pull out the contents and begin to put them away on the shelves I've been provided with. It's a real hope that I got in a closet. things I can leave in an invisible place and things to be stowed away in the back. Dividing my possessions between the two and the latter are clearly more numerous. Normal, huh? While looking over my mountain of luggage, I mutter in a self-deprecating tone. As I work, the sun sinks leisurely into the sea. At my usual time, 4:45 a.m., I woke up in my usual way and ran the course I'd marked down mentally on the way here. To tell the truth, when I was stopped by the policeman yesterday, it was because I'd been wandering around back and forth in the same place. I'd been planning out a possible marathon route, in other words. I woke at the usual time, ran at the usual time, and now I'm eating my usual breakfast menu. No different from the days when I was living together with my master in the mountains, my standard tempo of living. If there's a difference, it's limited to the slight surprise I felt when I opened my eyes and found a roof over my head. During my hike from Yamanashi, I'd gotten used to sleeping in the open. So when I woke up inside a room, there was a slight feeling of unease as I thought, right, I'm living in a dorm now. That mild discomfort hasn't disappeared even now as I'm eating my corn cereal. It's hard to settle down inside a new layer until it's ingrained with your scent. Even so, I'll start living at this tempo every day from now on, going to school every morning, so there's no real need to rush things. If I actively spend every day packing myself with potential useful knowledge, someday this sort of lifestyle might come naturally to me. The effort strikes me as a little troublesome, but as my master once told me, when it comes to your life and your woman, a little bit of trouble is just about right. Speaking of women, they're a simple bunch, but that doesn't make them any less difficult to handle. I learned that much in my first year living with my master. In my master's words, when you're a brat, running fast is enough to make you popular. When you're a middle schooler, the guys who can fight will be popular, and after that, it's the guys with brains who get the girls. In other words, run, punch, and read books, and you'll never run dry. What do you think? Short and sweet, right? That was her theory, at least. The things she said were always ridiculously simplistic. Honestly, I ignored those words with a snort the first time I heard them, but my master was a woman who put her beliefs into practice. Every morning she made me run, and every day she hit me with a stack of books. Although I don't know if she's to blame, I still run 16 kilometers every morning and habitually read books whenever I have free time. Sometimes she was harsh, sometimes she was sweet. She would emit an abrasive, overpowering aura at times, but every once in a while, she could be gentle that I thought my brains would melt out of my ears. I was my master, a woman with sizable bill who was nonetheless very picky about the little things. I've had a hard time dealing with large women ever since those days, but being aware of that fact doesn't mean I can fix it. It's not the fact that I dislike them on a conscious level, but whenever I see a tall woman, I can't help but feel wary out of pure instincts. If you ask why I'm bringing this up all of a sudden, well, that would be because I've just been reminded that there's a large woman at the school as well. What does he mean by that? I feel like I know who it is.
こーら逃げるな。じっとしてなさいよもう。つか、ラメって言うの。
Cute! Yeah, it's cute, 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 cute. Since this place is a student dormitory, it's of course only natural that the community of students would already be living here, and it's entirely probable that have their own rules that I don't know yet. Also, I'm a country hick fresh from the rural areas of Yamanashi, so it goes without saying I'm poorly versed in the customs and rituals of this land. I have no way of penetrating the depths of significance that might be hiding in action of that. At a glance, looks to be a simple case of bullying. What game's this? What are the rules? Ah! Ah! Cute girl! They're cute! Huh? The puzzled faces staring back at me are familiar. It's a little girl slash big woman combo. I can't screenshot, so I have to find a way to screenshot it. Who do you think? That's so. I suppose that means I'm irredeemably stupid. Please call me Moan boys, as if we've been friends for 10 years. Cicada sisters. I saw the pair of you from the gate yesterday. One of you was swinging a cicada around and the other was shrieking, if I remember correctly. I'll see what I can do. Yeah, Kazumi, Yuji, good to meet you. I thrust out my right hand, but the tall woman in front of me doesn't show any sign of grasping it. She stiffens in the spot, staring fixedly at my face. It looks like as though she's even forgotten to breathe. Something wrong? The big woman's frozen expression suddenly melts and she lightly shakes my hand. It's unexpectedly small but decidedly cold hand. Kazumi? Su, Amane. Amane. Oh, I like her. She's cute. Makina. Irusu. Irusu. Iris Makina. Press it. Iris is a Greek god, and isn't Machina a Latin word? Literally translates, it would be something like Mecha Rainbow Goddess. What country are you from? Irusu. Irusu Makina. Wasn't she speaking English just now? I see. Well, good to meet you. Staring at my outstretched hand in silence, Makina clings to Amane's back as if she's trying to hide herself. What's wrong? I withdraw the hand I've been holding out towards Makina. There's no need to force her to deal with me in the first place, I guess. Is don't getting snacks supposed to be an effective threat in this day and age? Or so I thought. But hearing those words, Machina bites her lip tightly and extends her right hand towards me with a strained expression. I gently clasped her small hands and put on a natural-looking fake smile I learned from my master. I'm Kazami Yuji. Good to meet you. Irusu.
イリスマキ
Nice to meet ya.
ナよろしく
She's cute. Her voice is small and marked with distant lips. Her hands is as tiny as her body. I don't know how I feel about that statement.
ねえ怖くないでしょ挨拶だけじゃなくて他に何かお話ししたいことは好きな動物は何ですか
I like dogs. What about it?
へえ答えてから質問するのね
I'm not really the indecisive sort. I don't hesitate when I need to come up with an answer, even more so when I have an important decision to make. Compared to failing without even trying, I'd rather take action even at the risk of a mistake.
おおかっこいい
Are you mocking me?
まさか
Then why'd you laugh?
なんでだろうね
I've heard answering a question with another question is Ah!
あらそうじゃあきっと私はバカなのねこれからは10年代の友達のようにバカねと呼んでちょうだい
Got it. More. Ah!
今はまだ笑ってるけど次呼んだら怒るよ
Oh. What a troublesome woman.
あれもう行っちゃうの
I don't feel like being late on my first day.
授業が始まるまでまだ1時間はあるわよ
I'm used to waiting. I'll kill time sightseeing over there or something.
それが悪いとは言わないけど変わってるね
I get that a lot. Well, I'll see you in class.
あユージくんちょっと待って
Hmm.
私からも一つ質問していいかな
Hmm. If it's something I can answer.
その
Hmm.
ごめんやっぱいいや
If you got something to say, spit it out. No need to hold back.
また後で聞くわもう少し考えをまとめてから
I see. I don't understand the thought patterns of a large woman. My master would probably say, if you don't understand by now, you never will. But my own thoughts are more along the lines of, even if I could understand, why bother? Well then, having said that, having said that to Amane, I'm confronted with the fact that there are no sights particularly worth seeing here. There's easily an hour until the start of class. I've obviously woken up too early. Well, still better than being late, I guess. Might as well wait in the classroom. Right after I mumble those words just as I begin to walk down the hallway. Sounds like a bird. That's squawking. Let me get myself comfortable. I'm uncomfortable right now, but I'm sitting. Oh, what the? As I'm making my way towards the classroom the principal had described yesterday, I heard something resembling a scream. No, not a scream exactly. She sounds like a bird. The hell? Although it doesn't seem to be an emergency situation, I'm certainly a bit concerned by the sound. It's dramatically out of place in the otherwise quiet morning schoolhouse. For the time being, I decided to approach. When I peered inside through the hallway window, I find a single woman shouting in the direction of the blackboard. Judging from the fact that she's wearing a uniform, it would seem that she's a student like Sachi, Amane, and Makina. Apparently oblivious to my presence, she continues her routine.
ウォーミングアップ終わりじゃあ次
After deeply inhaling,
せーの。あいうえおあおあいうえおあおあいうえおあお。
I think I seen this screenshot. All in one breath, she firmly lets loose a string of syllables familiar as her vocal tuning exercise.
よーし、一息で言えた。いいぞ、私。いや、私。私の言うことが聞けないっていうの？なんか違うな。こんなんじゃ全然ダメだ。こほん。私の言うことが聞けないっていうの？今のは良かった。じゃあ次。あんたのためにやってるんじゃないんだからね。
She's acting like it's. Oh god. Okay, I see where she's coming from. Okay. While staring at the memo pad in her hand, she awkwardly but forcefully rattles off phrases one after the other. It seems like it'd be best to ask what she's doing directly. This the broadcasting club? In response to my question, or more likely my entrance, the woman leaps up in shock and draws back a good 3 meters. Disc and chairs clatter dramatically in her wake. No, I might have been hasty to assume that from the vocal exercises. Drama club seems more plausible as well. You seem to be saying some kind of lines.
誰ですか？じゃなくて、誰なの？
She's pretending to be a Cassandra. Just as I'm getting ready to rephrase my question, the woman preempts me with her own. Me? Kazami Yuji. I'll be transferring here as of today.
転校生？この学校に？
Nodding, I walk a few steps forward and stand in front of the woman. So, were you doing some sort of rehearsal after all? Sorry if I interrupted.
演技なんかしてない。すよっす。だから何の遠慮もしなくていいの。いや、遠慮しなさい。
Gosh.
いいからそこに座りなさいよ。
I don't quite follow, but if I start questioning, she'll probably get even noisier. So I choose the path of least resistance.
慌てない。転校生なんだから、ファーストコンタクトがとても大事よ。
Michiru.
見なさい、ミチル。
Oh god. After I flop down on the chair, the woman mutters to herself in a low but perfectly audible voice.
私は松島ミチル。よろしくね。
In contrast, she delivers her self-introduction with an artificial brightness. That's so. Initials MM, huh?
そうよ。だからってド M ってわけじゃないんだからね。
She's something. Nobody said anything remotely like that.
あ、ごめんなさい。じゃない。そう聞きそうに見えたのよ。
You want to be called a mash? Ah!
したくないわよ。つかなんでそうなるの？
Quite an energetic woman. She drops the subject and forges boldly on ahead.
そう。私はこのクラスで委員長的なことをしているわ。だから何か困ったことがあったら、私に相談してもいいのよ。
What does that sort of mean?
それは委員長は他にいるからよ。その辺融通は聞かせなさいよ。
Fair enough.
妙に物分かりがいいわね。まあいいわ。
The woman's voice suddenly grows quieter.
前もって聞いておくけど、あなたは冗談が通じる方？
I wouldn't call myself an enthusiast.
聞いておいてよ。
She closed her throat effectively.
じゃああなたは私のことを特別に名前で呼んでいいことにするわ。本当ならさまつけで呼ばなきゃいけないんだけど、許してあげる。
Wait, I gotta sneeze, I gotta sneeze. I think I was a little bit sick. Her little cat face! She's cute!
なんかまずいこと言っちゃったかな。テンプレではこれでいいはずなんだけど、やっぱりさまつけとか言わない方が良かったのかも。ああ、もうその辺の、今のもう一回やり直。
You want me to call you Michiru, yes?
そうよ、それでいいの、それで。
She hums to herself and nods it empathetically, apparently satisfied with his results. Next, she takes a colorful wafer of some sort of a small container and crunches down on it vigorously. What are you eating?
あげないわよ。
I wasn't asking, I was just wondering what those were.
ただのラムネ菓子よ。それがどうかしたの？
That's so. From the way you were showing them off, I was pretty sure you wanted me to ask.
うるさいわね。あんたに見せるためにやったんじゃないわよ。あ、なんか今のうまくいった？多分今のそうよね。結構良かったよね。案外私素質あるのかも。
She's so silly. I got a strange sense of deja vu from her phrasing just now. What was it? One of those long advertisements they put up inside trains? Since I don't write them often, the few I've seen stand out in my memory. Right, they reprinted this idiotic article from a woman's magazines about how to make men fall for you. Purposely treating them coldly at first in order to create a contrast for your affection when you make your move.
何いきなり考え込んでるのよ。こういう時はなんだっけ。私の美しさにぼーっとなっちゃう気持ちも。ってそれってなんか違うキャラよね。そうじゃなくてその。
So you're supposed to I figured. Yeah, but
嘘、いきなり言っちゃうわけそれ。
Michiru covers her mouth with her left hand and staggers backwards in apparent shock. Her reaction is a bit puzzling, but I think I probably hit the bullseye. I see. I think I understand. You're playing it to Sundre in an attempt of attract. But there's still some points I'm not clear on. Like that hair. Why are you bleaching it?
これは地毛よ、地毛。
Please, a genuine blonde has more natural tone, not that artificial looking. Oh!
うるさいわね。ヘアマニキュアでいい色合いのがなかったのよ。はっ。
That's so. Next time I happen to visit America, want me to pick you up some. So that was saying, why bleach it? And that hairstyle was a little odd too. It's not one I see that. No, the twin tail's a pig, okay?
そう決まってるんだから仕方ないでしょ。
The way. What has to be?
ツンデレには呪いがあるのよ。
You're telling me. You're telling me. I feel her. Mitsuru begins to mumble her words in her breath as if to animate the curse's power.
私は地の髪の色が濃いからブリーチかけても1日放っておかないとダメだし
I feel like that was me with my black hair. If I had to bleach it, I'd probably have to leave it for a while for it to actually get to a blondish color. Even thinking about it now, I'm trying to go lighter too.
市販のだと皮膚が荒れちゃうから豊橋のメーカーが作ってるのをわざわざネットで取り寄せてるし正直面倒くさいわよ
Me, because I'm getting my hair lighter. That she has to describe the Tsundere curse in the first person seems a little bit strange, but pointing that out would only prolong this, so I leave it be.
でも金髪でツインテールでそうじゃないと本当のツンデレとは認めてもらえないだけどいや私を出すにはこれしかないのだからそれは否定しちゃいけないのよ
Mitsuru jabs out an index finger in my direction and
ツンデレは金髪ツインテールなの分かったいや分かれ
as she runs out of breath in Grain style, the curtains finally drop on Mitsuru's one-woman show. The echoing of her ragged breathing is the only sound in the otherwise silent classroom. Exactly 30 seconds pass.
なんで無言なのよ
It's tough being a Tsundere. Got it. I'm not sure if that wasn't what she was looking for, or if she was just lost the will to go on. But Mitsuru glares at me while emitting a sound of reminiscence of a malfunctioned industry. Anyways, let's get along, Mitsuru. She's relatable.
よろしくないわよあんた一人でよろしくすればいいじゃない
Yeah, it goes without saying I plan to get along just fine on my own.
そこはセオリー通りにちゃんと戸惑ってよバカ
It really isn't easy being a genius.
もういい帰れ
Finally breaking down, Mitsuru begins flinging wasted paper permanent markers. Anything else lying around in a direction in an attempt to drive me off. Are you crying? Sorry, my bad.
泣いてないバカ
My attempt at an apology seems to only have fueled her anger, so in the end I decided temporarily withdraw is in fact called for. Class is starting in another 15 minutes, but it should be fine. I'll just close sometime somewhere else.
おはよ
Hiyo.
うおはようございます
Oh, she's without the maid uniform. She's still cute. 5 minutes before the start of class, practically the moment after I enter the classroom, Amane and Sachi arrive. The Tsundere from earlier is looking at me with naked aggression, but noticing the arrival of the others.
おはようあまねサチ
Resuming the performance in question, she calmly calls out to them.
おはようございますみちる様
She actually... Oh god. The instant of her greeting is returned to Michiru, who runs over noisily and shakes her hand in front of Sachi.
どうかしたんですかサチあんたそれやめてって言ったでしょみちる様ってのでもこれはみちる様が絶対にそう呼べって言ったからだからあれはその冗談で一度物理フォーマットしてもう一回入れ直せないね
Michiru, while glancing over in my direction for some reason, desperately entreats Sachi. Amane, leaning on a desk, seems to be occupied with trying to hold in her laughter.
絶対 私泣かないで泣かないで、とりあえず今だけこれ命令。はい、泣きません。
The instant Michiru speaks, Sachi's tears abruptly vanish as if somebody threw a switch. Michiru watches her cautiously, sweating heavily.
わかったわよ。特に何も規制とかしないから好きに呼べばいいじゃない。はい、みちる様。
She's cute. Michiru staggers her way back to her seat. With all the volatility of a limp rag. You're feeling alright? Miao! Michiru-sama.
殺すわよ。
She's angry. Sorry, I just wanted to give it a try. Michiru collapses weakly onto her desk.
おはよ
I like her, I like Makina. Makina's cute. They're all cute. Makina's lisping voice sounds from the rear of the classroom. Seems like she might not be used to my presence yet, judging from the way she beelines straight for Amane, hides herself behind her and steals glimpses at me.
おはよう。あんたの人見知りというか男見知りは本当に筋金入りね。マキナ、大丈夫よ。ちょっとムカつくとこもあるけど、こいつはそんな危ない人間じゃなさそう。
Appreciate it, Michiru.
別にあんたのためにしたわけじゃないわよ。決まった！今のは綺麗に決まった！
She's so funny. Keep up the good work. Apart from the large woman, this bunch seems to present quite a variety of communication difficulties. Nothing but fantastical normal students here. Eh, principal? The perfect normal principal appears before my eyes. Wait a second, there's only 4. When we appeared at the beginning of the school day, I noticed a difference from the information I heard yesterday.
みんな揃ってるわね。ってわけでもないか。やっぱり。
Standing at the podium, principal noticed the irregularity at a glance.
榊さんは今日はお休みかしら？
Her tone seems to be asking if anyone's familiar with the circumstance.
今日も条約出勤じゃないかしら。ここんとこずっとそうだし。確かに最近は夕方からしか来なくなっちゃったわね。ゆみちゃんどうしたのかな。何かあったんでしょうか。
Apparently, I'm not the only one who's questioning about Lone Tron.
まあいいわ。風見くんの紹介もしたかったけど、そのうちに会えるでしょ。
You're strangely tolerant.
ちょっといろいろとあってね。じゃあ出席を取ります。
From an open window, the scent of the tide flows into the room. Perhaps because of the walls and steel fences surrounding us on all sides, it's not always easy to remember that this place is in fact close to the sea. In contrast to the breeze and the blue sky, intimates of freedom, the gray of those jutting fences speak of denial and rejection. While my classmates raise their voices energetically, I pass the time staring into the sky. School life, huh?
ここが視聴覚教室です。すべての席にリスニングとヒアリングの機材が揃えられていて、語学学習にも適しています。
Looks that way. I can tell from that glance that this place is well equipped. Using time after the homeroom period, I'm getting a small introduction to the school faculties from Sachi. Normally this would be the principal's job, but she seemed to be occupied with the official duties, So I end up getting another tour from our class
ラ
rep.
イブラリは全て外部にあるサーバーと高速回線でつながっていて、いつでも短時間で検索し鑑賞することができます。だからここには DVD とかブルーレイとかは一本もないんです。
Which would make the checking a movie out impossible, I guess.
そうですね。あまねさんはそれで前に残念がってました。
Sachi smiles a bit wryly as she speaks. Most of the stress is probably in the pamphlet somewhere, but Sachi's explanations are comparably to the point, clear and easy to understand. It seems she's actually quite intelligent.
過去に放送されたテレビ番組も全部ではありませんが、鑑賞しないものについては請求して承認されればサーバーに入れてもらえますので。
Looks like they weren't that sloppy on the casting after all.
何のドラマの話ですか？
The school drama currently being...
以上になります。
Having a general review of the school faculty, Sachi explains comes to an end. Thanks, it was a big help.
いえ、これもクラス委員の仕事ですから。
I guess so.
それより風見さんはまだここに残るんですか？
Yeah, there's still a classmate I haven't met yet, after all.
あ、そうですね。
Hearing my response, Sachi's brisk tone gives way to a hesitant mumble. Oh?
いえ、なんでもないです。すみません。
After a brisk bow, she quickly runs off down the hallway. Did I trigger a death flag now? I don't think there's a single person in the world who wouldn't worry after that kind of ominous foreshadowing. Well, that might be an overstatement. There are some pretty carefree people out there. I'm just not one of them. Seems like it would be the best to be on my guard, or more than usual. The light flooding through the windows have shifted from overhead to my side. It won't be that long until the sun sets. After parting from Sachi, I walk the empty hallways alone. My surroundings are very nearly soundless, thanks to my habitual quiet footsteps. However, inside the stillness, I sense a definite presence at my destination. She finally showed up. I hear a faint sound of it from the interior of the previous silent classroom. With that confirmation, I slowly open the door. The moment I enter the classroom, the tension fills the air. Behind a window seat desk in the middle of the classroom, a chair rattles as the occupant turns to face me. My immediate impression of the girl, she doesn't appear particularly friendly. Yo. While it might not be the most polite first greeting, I call out casually as I approach in order to demonstrate my lack of malicious intent. Sakaki Yumiko, right? My expression doesn't change. Sitting on the chair absolutely stock still, she stares fixedly at me. Kazami Yuji, I'm a new student here as of today. I come to a halt in front of this desk. So, I'll be your classmate as well, it seems. Pulling out a chair from the desk in front of her, I sit down. At the moment, about a meter apart. Nonetheless, the woman stares at me so tensely that she seems to be forgetting to breathe. Rather than stare, her expression could be probably more accurately described as glaring. I wasn't able to introduce myself in the morning. I heard she'd probably be around in the evening. I keep talking regardless, but no response is forthcoming. Maybe she's got a psychological problem with men, like Makina. But then again, she didn't try to run when I approached her. I changed my position on the seat to face her directly. Straightening in the chair, I lean forward slightly. The motion has closed the 1 meter gap between us down to about 70 centimeters. I'd like to at least confirm your identity. Hey! As if to declare her refusal to acknowledge my existence, the woman stands from her seat and briskly moves to the exit classroom. How about at least responding to me? I follow her immediately. The woman opens the classroom mirror door just enough for one person to pass, and tries to slip her way outside. Hey! Calling out her again, I try to follow her through the gap. That moment, that woman forcefully slams the door shut. She clearly closed it, knowing fully well I was trying to follow. Oh, her face, her expression. Expression betrays surprise. Maybe she's been expecting me to get my hand caught in the door, or back off from having it slammed in my face. Instead, the door she attempted to slide closed is firmly held open by my hand, an outcome she apparently hadn't been prepared for. It could have broken my hand, you know. Although she's the one who was trying to shatter my fingers, she's glaring at me like I'm the bad guy here. What exactly did I do to deserve this from someone I just met? I'm just looking for an introduction. Opening the half-shut door, I take a step forward. She doesn't back down. Oh, quite the greeting. I stop the motion of her hand about 5 centimeters before its target. It isn't the most efficient block, but for the purpose of diffusing her reckless hostility, an easy comprehensible action seems necessary. I was expecting something of this sort, but the favor of the classic slap to the face I see. Maintaining my grasp on the woman's wrist, I stare her down at short range. As for the woman, she's staring right back at me, her eyes open with wide shock, completely still. Oh then, let me ask you again. The strong orange glow of the evening sun illuminates the class. Are you Sakaki Yumiko? Her expression hostile as ever, the woman slowly opens her mouth. With an air of slight resignation, but clearly unwavering in her refusal of retaliation with me, she speaks.
そうだけど
Okay, good to meet you. As the evening sun fell behind a cloud, its light dimmed and the classroom filled with shadow. With the sounds of Yumiko's breath and the faint roar of the waves from beyond the walls, the curtains was raised on my normal student life. I'm getting copyright for this. I'm still like confused on the concept because obviously he's not normal. I'm interested. And all the girls seemed really interesting too. They're all cute. Oh, minute. She's cute. I can see this. She's so cute. They're all cute. I like their personalities. I like how they're really different. No. She's the cutest maid. It's hard to choose which girl. Oh, is he voiced? Oh. Eh. It's between Amine and there's too many. The period of the school day before class begins is fundamentally blank, meaningless time. They say it's always best to arrive 20 minutes early, but preparing for a class takes 60 seconds at most. After that, there's not much to do other than wander around awkwardly. Still, I've always imagined school life as a fairly relaxed experience. A part of me was actually wondering if a little aimless downtime might be enjoyable in its way. But unfortunately... Again? That slightly pitiful fantasy was shattered too quickly. Of course I might want to get a break. It's going to break a sweat from an attack of... I can't talk. Of course I'm not going to break a sweat from any attack of Yumiko's, but being slashed at with a blade isn't that kind of pleasant breather I had in mind. I guess she had thought it was a particularly wartime attack, judging from the shocked gaze she's directing at me as if she catches her breath. Of course, given that conspicuous clicking sound and her plainly audible footsteps, she might as well have been screaming, "Here I come," but... Time moves at half a speed in my immediate vicinity. Giving a straight answer would be a pain, so I pull something out of my ass. Yeah, I'm just screwed with you. Maybe it's just me, but I think trying to stab your classmates is somewhat worse. Can you? Let me save it. GB Chizuru Sachi Makina Mitsuru Amene Yumiko. Movie on. Voice skip. It's not a crime until you actually get stabbed. This woman's a copy of a criminal code seems to be missing the page of attempted murder. But judging from the way she momentarily bought my nonsense, she's unexpectedly airheaded. Maybe a bit naive and would be the nicer way to put it. There's only 6 of us here. It'd be hard to forget. Still glaring in my direction, Yumiko retracts the blade of her box cutter. And Snowdy in displeasure leaves with a flutter of her skirt. Yeah. When I returned in the classroom, Amane strikes up a conversation. I guess the story of the knife assault in question has already spread around the classroom, as my problem with Yumiko seems to be common knowledge. It's not like she's doing me any harm, but I can't say I'm enjoying this. In our first encounter, I approached the stubbornly silent Yumiko in a physical sense. The outcome of her initial act of rejection. In part, that might have been the result of my own heightened awareness. Sachi's heavy hand of foreshadowing put me on guard, and I have a tendency not to trust someone I'm meeting for the first time. At that time, while I certainly felt animosity from her, it wasn't so intense as to discourage me from approaching. However, from our second encounter on, Yumiko bared open hostility towards me. What's worse, apparently having come to the conclusion that she wasn't a match for me barehanded, she's been swinging around a box cutter of all things. According to Amane, it seems that Yumiko has something of a habit of brandishing retractable knives at people. Of course, her goal is usually more intimidation, anything else, but speaking as a target this time, I can sense there's a part of her that seriously is trying to stab me. It's not the best feeling in the world.
ライバルとして認められたってことじゃないのかな。あの子、うちらには威嚇の意味で歯を出したりはするけど、本当に切りつけたりはしないし。
I'd really prefer to avoid that kind of recognition.
いきなり接近しようとするからよ。近寄ってわからなかった？あの子の周りに強烈に張られたバリア。
Didn't notice.
ユージ君って強そうに見えるけど、鈍感さは命取りになりそうね。
I'm pretty perspective when my life's in danger. I don't really feel that level of threat from Mimiko.
ユージ君って普通の恋愛とかがちゃんとできるの？
My master did say I was exceptionally unskilled in that department.
師匠？
At any rate, I want to do something about Yumiko's rejections of me. For that purpose, I'll need to talk to someone familiar with her circumstance.
はいはい、ホームルームを始めるわよ。
With the attendance book in her hand, as usual, our carefree principal appears. I guess Chizuru is the only one I can ask. In conclusion, Yumiko seems to hate me with a passion.
榊さんがどうかはともかく、あなたが嫌われる理由はよくわかるわ。
Hole? Let's hear it then.
ほうじゃないわよ。事情を知っていて暇そうなのは学園長ぐらいしかいないと思ったから聞きに来たって。わざわざ宣言して部屋に入ってくるとか何考えてるのよ。
I only said what I was thinking. Was I wrong?
違うわよ。一応。
Got it. Indifference to your feelings, no matter how much I think you're lazing around. I'll keep it quietly buried in my heart from now on. Good enough?
そんなこと言われたら疑心暗鬼になるだけでしょ。
What do you want from me? Spare me the vague complaints. What's your pleasure?
だから嫌われるのよ。
Do you have an idea?
なんでも。で、質問の答えだけど。
The principal comes, cup in hand, lowers herself across from the sofa I'm reclining on.
榊さんはこの学園の創設以来の学生なの。
This place just opened recently, right?
ほぼね。一応学園の設立は今から1年前ぐらいだから。彼女はその時からここにいるのよ。
I see. What does it have to do with her rejecting me? Before responding to my question, she takes a sip of coffee from the cup in her hand.
自分のテリトリーに入ってくるのが怖いんでしょ。
Frightening?
そう。これまでは自分の認識できるものしかここには来なかったのに、いきなり異性の、それも得体の知れない人間が自分の近くに入り込んできた。
Principal Tachibana takes a pen in her empty hand and jabs it towards me to emphasize her point.
なので排除しようとしたってことじゃないかしら。
Hazing, isn't it? A bit of bullying comes with it being a fresh recruit, but I didn't expect the same here.
いじめにしてはいじめられる側が強力すぎるけどね。
Apparently unconvinced by the idea of Sakaki stealing my lunch money, Principal Tachibana hides a snort of laughter behind her hand. Although it's certainly amusing considering the balance of our physical strengths, I don't see how I can manage a decent student life at this rate. I'm honored to have provided a moment of amusement for our practically overworked principal, but I came here hoping to have a path towards overcoming this challenge I illuminated by your education. He's such a smartass.
実は私をいじめる目的でここに来たんでしょ。
Cranky from beginning to end, ultimately the principal didn't provide me with any useful advice. This is what school life is like, so figure it out yourself. And normal school life means a few problems like this. I do have to admit she managed to dodge the issue reasonably, well, with that last line. In any case, since she didn't have any clear answer for me, I'm left with no choice but to do as she says and try to work on this over time. It's not really my style to go with the flow like this, but if that's the proposal of my educational guide, there's no helping it. She's really trying to stab him. The little chibi versions are so cute.
スパーリングみたいになってきたわね。
So cute.
新兵を手のひらの上であしらう教官なのよさ。最初はハラハラしましたけど、こうなってくると緊張感のかけらもないですよね。どうして？
As though going with the flow, Yumiko attacks has been continued without any particular change to date.
ユージもしっかり相手しちゃうから。
Look, could you quit already?
うるさい。
Her moment thrown off by my sudden sidestep, Yumiko staggers forwardly, unsteadily. She tries desperately to regain her balance, resulting in a ridiculous pose in strong contrast with her usual haughty demeanor. Not her. Minachu lets out an involuntary giggle at the spectacle. She instantly pierces by Yumiko's fears. Oh, she's cute! Wait a wink. Ignoring Mitsuru as she cowers behind her desk, Yumiko storms out of the classroom in a towering rage.
言っちゃった。このところずっとリプレイを見せられているようです。怖かった。何よあの目。相変わらず人を凍えさせるのに十分な威力を持ってるわよ。チルチルにはきっと血の報復があるのよさ。ちょっとやめてよマキナ。お楽しみに。お楽しみにじゃねえ。
Scenes like this one were very familiar by now, with the exception of Mitsuru. Everyone seems perfectly calm. Even this is a little routine doesn't bother them, as a directly concerned party is a problematic. Hey, Amine! In response to my call, she points to herself with her index finger, silently asking, "Me?" When I nod, she approaches in her usual printlet.
何どうしたの？榊さんとの対戦格闘に疲れたから私の胸の中で安らぎたくなった？
I'm sorry, do you actually want me to... Jesus Christ.
ユージ君がそれを望むのならそういう日があってもいいかな？
I'll be sure to keep that offer in mind, but that's not what I need today.
は？何なの？
So you've known her, Yumiko, for a long time, right?
そりゃ確かに多少は他の子よりかは付き合いも長いけど。
Any ideas about the reason she's rejected me this intensely?
ごめん、わからない。ああいう子でしょ？正直、事務的なこと以外に話す機会もあまりないのよね。
I see.
ユージ君も来たことだし、これから少しずつ話とかできればとは思うけど、今は私もほぼデフォルトに近い状態なのよね。
Certainly, Yumiko hardly seems the type to open up and reveal herself to someone just because they've known each other a while. I guess I'll have to find a solution myself after all. Thanks. Anyways, let me know if anything comes to mind. With those words, I move to the exit the classroom. If Yumiko's rejection continues to take this form, I'll have no choice but to ask the principal advice again. The moment I open the door and prepare to leave,
仲間意識かな？
I stop at the sound of Amane's voice.
ユージ君ってさ、よそから来た人じゃん？そういうとこ、あの子は異物感があって嫌なのかもね。
She's saying the same thing as the principal, huh? Does it feel that way to you as well?
私はそんなことないわよ。ユージ君を全力で支援しちゃうから。
It's a little hard to take that seriously given the flow of this conversation.
ユージ君のこと仲間だって思ったら戦いも終わるかもね。
I return to the dorm and wander the halls without any particular objective. Compared to shutting myself up alone in my room, it's easier to gather my thoughts. One of the group, huh? I recall Amane's parting words. It's easier for her to say, but actually getting that island of a human being to recognize me as a friend seems next to impossible. First of all, we're not even on speaking terms yet. Oh? This late already? The sun is sinking below the window frame, casting shadows along the hall. About time for me to return to my room. I guess I'll try talking to her tomorrow. I scratch my head as I turn towards my bedroom. The sound of my slippers echo abruptly in the hallway. Miko might have her own set of internal rules since she hasn't tried to attack me even once while inside the dorm. It's not that I was particularly off my guard as a result of that assumption, rather it was probably because it happened at this particular time of day. So I would have reflected to myself later. Evening, a hallway in the dormitory lit by a setting sun. The flash of a thrusting light, I react instantly and grab her arm firmly. With her arm captured, Yumiko's face stiffens. The box-colored blade still extended rattles around her feet, tuning circles around the handle. Trying for the element of surprise. Yumiko's expression changes from shock to fear. It's what tips me off that I'm not wearing my peaceful face. Sorry. I came out of nowhere, so I couldn't hold back. I didn't want to frighten her. I thought I could play this normal student. I wanted to convince myself that I could. Look. Yumiko. Still gripping her arm, I look into her eyes and speak. I'm not your enemy. Yumiko's expression betrays uncertainty for just a moment. But just as quickly it settles back into her customary mask. But it doesn't look like you're convinced of that yet, so let me say one thing. Releasing her arm, I pick up the box cutter lying in front of her feet. Carefully retracting the blade, I hold it out to Yumiko. I won't cause you harm, and I won't pry into your business either. That's a promise, so stop this. It's pointless. Observe me and reach your own conclusions. If I'm lying, you can always try stabbing me again. Stumbling, Yumiko retreats a single step. Bye. Turning around, I return to my room. Normally, Yumiko would see such a chance to attack. But something's different now. Her elongated shadow is still. The hallway is silent except for her small sounds of breathing. After that day, Yumiko attacks came to an abrupt halt. Hopefully I can use this opportunity to slightly improve our relationship. I'm not trying to live a normal campus life, so it would be nice to minimize... I'm trying to live a normal campus life, so it would be nice to minimize the number of classmates who want me dead. Oh, she's cute. She has a little cardigan. Yo. As usual, to call Yumiko's behavior when we come across each other curt would be the understatement. But at the very least, judging from the clear different ways she's looking at me, her observation period seems to be ongoing.
あなたに質問があるんだけど。
I'll answer unless you want to know my weakness.
それを聞こうと思っていたのに。
What a shame. Come up with something else. She occasionally talks to me like this, but instead of friendly chats about our lunch plans, We have investigation inquiries and carefully negotiations. Even so, I suppose it's considerably improvement over outright bloodshed.
いつか絶対に弱点を握ってやる。
Is that your idea of social interactions between classmates?
まだそうと認めたわけじゃない。
Right then. Open my hands in exaggeration American style shrug. Well, good luck to you, Yumiko. Think it's time to leave before she starts probing any further.
あのね、あなた。いい加減名前で気安く呼ぶのやめてくれない？
Seems like she's hung up on that point. After those events, I've been intentionally addressing Yumiko by her first name. The family name would actually be more appropriate here, but I've gotten a bit of a reason for doing this. Says the woman who never refers to me as anything but you.
だからといって、いきなり名前ってことはないでしょ。
So you're saying as a classmate we should both use last names? He got her there. Yumiko's expression clearly reads, "Oh crap."
なんであなたと同等の立場で呼び合わないといけないの？
Isn't that the starting point for building our cordial relationship?
だからといって。
Alright. In that case, I'll take our friendship to the next level by making up a pleasant nickname for you. Not to worry, you can do the same for... Oh no, she got the box cutter again! Might be a little early for that, so I propose starting with last names. Yumiko hesitates briefly, but before long she opens her mouth stiffly and in a tight voice.
よろしくね、風見くん。
She's using kun too. After speaking those words with a cramped attempt at a smile, she stalks off. Yeah, best regards, Sakaki. Thus, after a great hardship, I finally succeeded in establishing an absolute minimal level of communication with my 5th classmate. Seems this student life thing is pretty rough in its own way. When I push open the heavy glass doors, I find the lobby in utter silence. Exchanging my outdoor use shoes for the slippers I used in my room, I reach for the board hanging above the shoe racks. And flip the magnetic name tag reading Kazumi Yuji from out to in. A glance at the other name tags reveal that Sakaki, Sachi, and Amane are all in, but there's no one in the lobby. They're probably shut up in their rooms doing homework. Hold on. There wasn't any homework assigned today, which would mean my hypothesis just now can be accurate. Then what? This is like assassination classroom. When students shut themselves up in their rooms, Okay. Okay. Although I gave the matter a little thought, I don't plan on going around and confirming my new conjecture. It's just a guess, no matter what sort of vile filth they're getting off to, that's their... Yeah. In this case, pretending not to notice would be the kinder thing. Having reached that conclusion, I reached out to the door of my room, but... In doing so, I noticed that the bit of the tape I stuck on the door as a seal has been ripped off. Someone's in the room. I wonder if he's a hitman or something. Backing away from the door for a moment, I quietly press my ear against the wall, but I can't hear any noises from inside. It doesn't seem like a typhoon is laying waste to the room in my absence, but either way. If it's something stupid enough to miss the tape, no need to be too careful. I forcibly swing open the door to my room. You know what? It's okay. She's clothed. I feel like it's okay. I feel like this is okay. Don't move. It's cute. She has a cute bra.
急にドア開けないでよ。
Wait. No, I can't do that. What are you doing in here? Who called me? What are you doing in here? Who called me a stripper? Is that my birthday? You got the wrong room.
ごめん。予想外の反応。前にいた学校じゃ誕生日に友達が寮の部屋にストリッパーを呼ぶようなサプライズがあったわけ？
I feel like this is an American thing. What? It's just Amane? What are you doing in my room?
なぜって言われてもな。この部屋で着替えるのはいつものことだし。
Amane points to a large overnight bag lying on the floor, presumably containing her spare
この
clothes.
部屋だけ冷蔵庫が大きいのよ。いっぱい買い物した時とかこの部屋の冷蔵庫を使わせてもらってるの。
Why are you half naked?
そりゃ着替えてるところにいきなり踏み込まれたからでしょ。学校から帰ってすぐに買い物に行きたい時はここで着替えるのよ。
You got your own room, right?
私の部屋2階だし面倒じゃない。
When I was at grade school, I had friends who throw their bags by the door after school so they get back outside faster. I guess this woman's brain works on the same level.
着替え続けてもいい？
Fine, I guess.
そんなところに突っ立ってないで入ったら？
I'll come in whether you invite or not. It's my room. Walk in the room, hold a glass under the faucet in the sink and fill it with tap water.
あのさ。
What? I swigged down the tepid water from the glass.
入るかな？
Actually, what? Your sentence is missing both a verb.
いやだからさ、女の子が着替えてるんだよ。普通遠慮しない？
I'm not a normal man, and you were the one who barged into my room.
それはそうなんだけれども。
If you don't want to be seen, how about being frank about it and telling me to get out?
失礼ね。見られて困るような体してないわよ。
You know what? She's good. She's confident about her body. Want me to stick it to...
だからストリッパーじゃないっての。
If you say so, you seem pretty used to this.
そりゃこっちのセリフよ。そうやってビール片手にテレビで野球観戦する親父みたいにじっと見られても落ち着かないじゃない。
If you didn't want to be seen, you should have said so from the start. I'll be outside. Call me when you're done changing.
いいわよ。すぐ着替え終わるから。
A troublesome woman. What do you want from me?
そこでおとなしくじっとしてなさい。 感想とかいらないから。
Returning my empty glass to the sink, I turned my back on Amane for a moment. Breaking into my room as she pleases, throwing... And then it gets pissed off me as she pleases. I don't have a real obligation to be considerate of someone like that, but, well, this kind of thoughtfulness is what keeps society moving
ね
smoothly.
え、ユージくん。君、なんだか妙に女慣れしてるよね。お姉さんとかいるの？
Well, I did have one.
いたって、今はいないの？
She's dead.
そっか、ごめんね。無神経なこと聞いて。
It's been years. I had a problem.
じゃあさ、無神経ついでにもう一つ聞いてもいい？ お姉さんの名前は？
Kazuki.
カズキ？
I know. Kind of a weird name for a girl. It's actually written with the characters for one and princess.
珍しい名前だね。
Why do you ask?
別に ただの興味本位。
I see. My sister's a topic I prefer to avoid as much as possible. Not because it's too painful to remember her death or anything sentimental like that. I just don't want to get in a heavy mood for no reason. Maybe Amina picked up on my reactions and she doesn't ask anything else about the subject. Although she's troublesome, selfish woman, I can honestly appreciate that part of her.
お待たせ。着替え終わったよ。
I like her top. I wasn't really waiting.
どう？似合う？
Now that I look, Amina's wearing a pointlessly... This guy does not beat around the bush. Even if it's summer, this is a bit over the top. Too much exposure, your breasts are really staying in that thing!
はあ、いいのいいの。せっかくいいの持ってんだから、半分ぐらい着させておかないと損じゃん。
She's right, she's right. You know what, girl, be proud of your body, be comfortable, that's your body. You waste of resources?
この格好で商店街に買い物に行くと、なぜかみんなサービスしてくれるのよね。
Yeah, but I wonder why. This woman's trying to disrupt the economy of shopping district via her. Yep.
あーって何よ。
Nothing at all. If you're done, hurry up and go. The dirty old men at the shopping district are collecting their 20s.
そうだね。そんじゃあ行こうか。
As she speaks, Amane grabs my arm like a border patrol agent seizing an... What the heck? This game! What are you trying to pull? Get off!
ねえ、お買い物に付き合ってよ。
Why do you have to come?
今日は10キロのお米を買うから運ぶの手伝って。
Even if you don't rope me into this with that huge body, 10 kilos shouldn't be an issue. Or so I thought, but courteously didn't put into words. We are dealing with a woman here, technically speaking. In the first place, she's only large for a woman. I'm 8 or 9 centimeters taller. I guess Amina's gotten sick of me staring at her silently as she jerks me closer by the arm she's grasping.
おっぱい見せてあげたじゃん。買い物ぐらい付き合ってくれてもバッチ当たんなくない？
I don't remember asking this woman's like...
何？なんか不満そう。見るだけじゃ足りないなら、もどく？軽くつまむ程度に。
If you think a flash of your tits will make any man do your bidding, got another thing coming.
まあまあ、どうせ暇なんでしょ？うちの学校、今までは男子っていなかったから、力仕事は全部私に回ってきたのよ。かわいそうだと思わない？
When you got the physique like that, I think it's probably inevitable.
これからは電球が切れても、ユージ君がいれば安心だね。そんじゃ行こうか。
As she speaks, Amine intertwines herself around my arm, pushing her... Yeah.
わっちはこう見えても旧家を実家に持つ母親の娘ぞ。本来であれば裸を見たあんたには責任取って結婚してもらうところよ。
The fact that I just spent a good second thinking about anti-helicopter mines is frankly completely ridiculous. But the world has been seeming like an extreme ridiculous place recently. No point getting too down on myself. Fine. Just need me to carry the rice, right?
そうそう。最初からそうやって素直に「うん」って言ってりゃ可愛いのにね。
I've heard it better not to be loved by a god or big woman if you want one long life.
何それ？
Just a joke. Let's get going already.
ちょっとやだ、待ってよ。
Cool my arm. I don't need you cleaning all over me. It's stifling.
本当は嬉しいくせに。ってあれ？ユージ君、なんかいい匂いする。香水とかつけてる？
Don't press your nose against me and snuffle. You're not a dog. No. Honestly, Honestly, carrying some rice isn't really that big of a deal, but if I agreed from the start to save myself the effort of resistance, it's easy to see she'd take that as a license to push increasingly unreasonable requests on me. If you're smart, you start rejecting people's requests at 80% of your real tolerance level. A woman's shopping methods can be broken down into two patterns. Type A throws anything that catches her eye, yep, whether or not she has any need for it. Type B deliberately endlessly over cost efficiency even when she has a pressing need, ends up buying nothing. My impression of the woman named Amane, probably influenced by her large build, was that she was likely the clever sort who followed the foreman pattern. But apparently I'm not much of a judge of character.
次は八百屋さんに行こうか。
What? You're still buying? If you needed vegetables, why didn't you get them at the supermarket just now?
スーパーより商店街の八百屋さんの方が安いんだもの。
I understand in theory that specialty shops are better than general retailers, but as the one being dragged around changing stores properly is serious nuisance. Miss Amane mentioned that she wanted to buy oolong tea. I'd reached out for a 2-liter 158 yen bottle at the supermarket, only to have her slap my hand firmly away. In the woman's own words, "Don't buy that here. Get tea packets at the drugstore and you can make 52 liters for 4080 yen. 480 yen. And so, I ended up having to tag along to the drugstore as well.
すみません。玉ねぎと人参くださいな。
お、あまねちゃんいらっしゃい。今日も可愛いね。
でしょ。ねえ、奥さんに内緒でおまけしてよ。
Oh!
あまねちゃんにはかなわねえな。よし、そんじゃおじさん、いちごのパックをおまけしちゃおうかな。
キャー、嬉しい。いいの？
あまねちゃんだけのサービスなんだからみんなに言っちゃダメだぜ。
ありがとう。いちご、マキナが大好きなのよね。
そういや、今日はマキボウは一緒じゃねえんだな。どうしたい？
はあ、今日はお米も買ったからタフな荷物持ちを連れてきたの。
Growling, the dirty old green grocer sizes me up with a blank scowl on his face.
なんであいつ気に入らねえ目つきしてやがるな。
そう嫌わないでやってよ。私の弟なんだから。
Okay.
弟？なんで弟かよ。俺はまたてっきりあまねちゃんがろくでもねえ男と付き合ってんのかと思ってよ。おじさん早がてんしちまったい。
I'm not sure what's so funny, but the green grocer cackles hardly as he stares into my face.
あ、ボス。名前は
Yuji.
あ、そうか、ユージか。いい名前じゃねえか。姉ちゃんの手伝いしてやれえな。よし、おめえにもイチゴやるから食え。
We got demoted.
ビタミンが足んねえからそんな人殺しみてえな面になんだ。栃木のブランドイチゴだぞ。食え食え。
Thank you. I smile and lower my head in a slight bow, prompting the old man to shout, "What? You can't smile after all?" In an even louder voice.
じゃあおじさん、ありがとうね。
おう、また来な。サービスすっからよ。ユージもな。
Of course, thank you. You know what? That was a good way to get more free stuff.
その顔やめな。
I'd be kind of upset too if I got demoted to younger brother. What are you talking about?
そのひどい笑顔、まるで誰かに習ったみたいな顔だね。
Yeah, technically, yeah. You're strangely perceptive at times.
あんたってさ、たまにそうやって顔で嘘つくよね。そういう家系なの？
Fake smiles are an expression of consideration for others. You want me to scowl instead?
だったらもう少し し上手に笑いなさいよ。バレバレよ。
I was taught that children's smiles and women's tears are weapons, but this is the first time my own emotions front was penetrated like this. I may have been underestimating this woman.
またそうやって怖い顔する。そんな顔するからマキナが怖がるんだよ。
I was born with this face.
へえ、じゃああんたのお姉ちゃんもそんな顔だったわけ？
Oof. My sister was. Yeah, well, in her case, she always had this sleepy expression.
ふん、そうなんだ。
Why bring up my sister there?
まあ、なんとなく。
That's dangerous. That's a dangerous game. More importantly, are we finished with the shopping yet?
あとはお豆腐屋さんで絹ごしと白滝を買うだけ。
We're still not done yet? Just carrying rice, so I'd been promised when I agreed to this shopping expedition, and I end up following her around like good 2 hours.
買い物に付き合ってくれてありがとう。助かったわ。
As she speaks, Amane is packing up the ingredients she purchased for some reason into my
普
refrigerator.
段はマキナと一緒に行くんだけど、あの子と買い物に行くとスーパーのお菓子売り場とかおもちゃ屋さんに寄り道したがるから時間かかるのよね。
It's not a problem, but mind if I ask you something? Why are you putting that stuff into the fridge in my room?
だからこの部屋の冷蔵庫が一番大きいんだってば。
It's not an answer to the question.
いいじゃない。どうせろくに使ってないんでしょ。ほら、いちごあげるからさ。
That's from the pack that old man at the green grocery gave to me.
私がいたからもらえたんじゃない。冷蔵庫の中の牛乳も飲んでいいからさ、ね。
So that I practically care about what her barging in here every time she needs to get something would be a pain in the ass.
そうだ。今日のお礼に晩ご飯作ってあげようか。
Okay, that's a fair deal. I've already cooked rice and I've got canned food for the side dishes, so I'll pass.
おかず缶詰なの？なんかわびしい感じ。それにお米って炊飯器もないのにどうやって炊いたの？
Using that over there. Pointed towards the cinder mess kit style rice cooker made of aluminum, currently towering over the IH cooking heater in my kitchen.
飯盒で炊いたの？
IH heaters can't quite manage aluminum, so I've been using a gasoline stove I had with me instead.
サバイバルだな。よくそんな道具持ってたね。
It's only normal for a man to have a stove or two. Normal for a man is probably an overstatement, but it's standard equipment for backpackers at least. Ideally, you want one that can use the unlead gasoline you can get from the gas stations.
それじゃあさ、ご飯持って私の部屋来る？おかずが缶詰だけじゃ寂しいでしょ？どうせマキナの分も作るんだし、一緒に食べようよ。
No, I'll pass.
どうして？心配しなくても、こう見えても私、料理は得意なんだよ。
Magna would be there, wouldn't she?
ああ、そっか。マキナ、まだユウジ君のこと怖がってるか。
Exactly. I think it'd be better if I wasn't there.
この際だから仲良くなってよ。
It's not going to happen that fast, and if I go out of my way to eat quietly, she'll end up feeling even more uncomfortable. I'll pass after all.
まあ、今日は仕方がないとしても、マキナと仲良くなってくれれば、いつだってご飯作ってあげるよ。
You telling me to become friends with her in exchange for food?
そうは言わないけどさ、仲良くしてほしいっていうのは本音。あの子、ああ見えて友達作るの下手だからさ、 ユージ君の方から声をかけてあげてよ。
I don't have anything against her, and I don't want to be on hostile terms, so I'll try to talk to her. But I'm not going to guarantee that it's going to improve things. My personality being what it is. Picking up on the words I've left unspoken, Amane answers that's good enough with a smile.
じゃあ今日はありがとうね。
As soon as the words are out of her mouth, she briskly walks out the door, but... Hey, wait, you forgot! The overnight bag packed with her spare clothes is still lying in the center of the room. That woman. She isn't planning to change in my room again, is she? More to the point, I'm sure I locked this door when I left this morning. How'd she get in there? There aren't any signs of damage to the lock, and I can't imagine she got a secret talent for lockpicking. Does she have a spare key or something? So, Amane. The creatures known as the large room are mostly careless, but weirdly attentive to certain details. They possess unusual intuition as well as pointlessly large breasts, and on the whole, deserve to be handled with caution. It's weird seeing 2011 in 2026. God. In the time-honored traditions of America, bright red cars are called pony cars because of their reputations as playthings for schoolboys, while yellow models are jackass cars because only morons drive them. A certain German woman I know, whether aware of that or not, deliberately drives a particularly flashy yellow vehicle around. Apparently she very much enjoys the compliments she gets from colleagues at work. Maybe some variations of it really suits you. In other words, a stupid car like that is just about right for a dumb blonde. But she hasn't caught on to the fact that she's being mocked, and I've tactically decided not to inform her either. Just like with women who get flattered when someone tells them, your dress does wonders for your figure. It's pretty tough to let her know after the fact she's not really being complimented. But sometimes things like this can come back to bite you when you least expect it.
ユージ君。なんかあそこにいる怪人の女の人、こっち見て手を振ってるんだけど、知り合い？
Whoa! Don't know her. I don't have any bimbos among my acquaintances. Ah! She has the mole. She's the mole on her eye.
いや、でもなんかめっちゃあんたに向かって手振ってるんだけど。
I told you I don't know her. Probably selling Girl Scout cookies. This main character is insane. Either way, better not to get too close. Let's get out of here.
ユージ。ねえ、思いっきりユージって呼んでるよ。
Ugh. What is that woman thinking?
誰なの？
I'll explain later. Sorry, but go ahead. But go on ahead.
何？やっぱ知り合いなの？まさか借金取りとかじゃないよね。
She's my guardian, or rather my guardian tour.
大丈夫なの？
It's fine. Hurry up and take Machina back. I'll be right behind you. I'm just gonna say a quick hello. Clearly not enjoying the way I'm shooting her off with my hands like a stray dog, Amino walks away with sulky expression, shooting repeated glances over her shoulder. After watching Amine and Machina disappear past the school gate, I screw up an irritated expression, scratching my head vigorously, and approached the blinding yellow bimbo mobile. Look, woman.
Yeah. 学生生活を楽しんでいるかい？
Yep, more or less. You enjoy pretending to be my guardian?
嫌な物言いをするのね。あなたのそういうところ、朝子にそっくりよ。
What'd you come here for?
何しに来たはないでしょ。私、一応あなたの保護者なんだよ。
Though I'm grateful that you're acting as a guardian too of my background. I don't need a guardian at my age. Kinda get lost.
冷たいのね。子供の頃はもっと素直で可愛かったのに。
You think you can shut me up by bringing up my childhood? You've got another thing coming. I'll repeat the question. What did you come here for? It's about work. I thought I had a break for the moment.
いやーねー、私はただあなたが普通の学校で普通にやっていけてるのか様子を見に来ただけや。
There's no problem at the present. If you're forced to me to come up with one, you being here would top the list. It's going to be a pain in the ass to make up an excuse when I go back to the classroom. Don't increase my workload.
破綻のない過去は用意してあげたでしょ。私のことは母方の親戚だって押し通しなさいな。
I'd prefer to avoid lying outright where possible. Lies are like colors. The more you pile up, the more blacker things get.
嘘の場合は赤くなるでしょ。
Get enough of that place and things turn just as black.
そうならないようにうまく立ち回ることね。事故死はしたくないでしょ。
I don't need you to tell me that. I'm handling this myself, which is precisely why I don't need you giving me surprises like this.
わかったわよ。今日のところはこれで帰るわ。
Are you serious? You really did just come see me?
そう言ったでしょ。仕事の話なら事前に携帯に連絡してから来るわよ。
Right, the cell phone.
ちょっと、まさか持ち歩いてないの？ちゃんと仕事用とプライベート用に2つ用意してあげたでしょ。
Sorry, I'll make sure to keep it around from now on.
こちらからの呼び出しに対して15分以上返答がなかった場合、逃亡とみなして何人か送りつけるわよ。わかってる？
I'm aware.
それと、県外に出るときは事前に申請書を提出すること。
I'm aware of that as well.
ああ、思い出した。あなた、この町に来るとき、歩いて県境を越えたでしょ。ちゃんと電車のチケット用意してあげたのに、何やってんのよ。
I hate trains, you know.
だからって200キロも歩くバカがどこにいるのよ。
Kind that's standing in front of you. Also, the walk was closer to 175 kilometers.
そのせいで警察の世話になったくせに偉そうに言わないの。上から嫌味を言われるのは私なのよ。ちょっと、めんどくせえなこの女みたいな目で私をじっと見るのやめなさい。
You're some kind of psychic? How did you read my thoughts?
泣くわよ。
No, look, I do feel bad about that. I'll apologize nice and slowly over dinner next time, okay? So please leave.
飯でも食わせておけば私が黙ると思ったら大間違いよ。もう一度言うけど、事故死したくなければおかしな真似はしないこと。わかった？
Understood. Orders received, Major Harudara. Hey, stop saying can I hit the sky just once with your eyes.
あなたエスパーなの？
Please don't spread it around. It's just a pain in the ass to have to bend a spoon every time I introduce myself.
あのね。
I do understand. Don't mind my jokes.
まったく。なんでこんな可愛げのない子に育ったのかしら。
I get that a lot. Hurry up and get going. You don't have the time to play around here either, do you?
言われなくても帰るわよ。それとしつこいようだけど。
You're right. My bad, JB.
わかればいいわよ。じゃ、また連絡するわ。
Yeah. It's so loud. I watch as JB turns away and climbs into her car, her blonde hair swinging behind her in waves. She drives off. I retrieve her cell phone from my school bag. Although I pretend otherwise, I've been carrying my work phone around just as ordered. It's a black low-profile slide phone I received from JB specifically for company business. I slide the screen up quickly and put the unlock pin and call up the menu screen. Although it looks like a perfectly normal cell phone, any calls made from this machine pass through a special encrypted line. There's only one entry in the contract. That single number is listed under JB, Julia Bardare. Neutralizing name Harudara Yuria. My direct supervisor at a part-time job. If you're going to come here, at least give me an advance warning. Click my tongue in irritation, slide my phone shut and stuff it in my pocket of my uniform so I can respond instantly to any future contact. Harudara Yura, Atlas JB, as the woman said herself. She's something of a pain in the ass. She'll go nearly half a year without a single call and suddenly in a Bruce standby in the designated point. Where of course she had some incredibly troublesome job waiting to push on me. No, it's almost better when there's actually a job. Sometimes she leaves me at the rendezvous point for more than an hour without any contact. And then when I finally get a call, I've been sitting around waiting for its occurred situation resolved and I go right back home again. Well, I do get a travel fee deposited in my account just for heading to standby point, so I suppose it's not a completely fool's errand in that sense, but sometimes I can't help but feel like my time on this earth isn't being spent efficiently. It's something of a behind-the-scenes part-time job, and the work would be troublesome to explain to others if they asked. Of course, it's also not the kind of job I can just casually quit when I want to. More importantly, this is a position that I inherited from my master. I wouldn't walk away even if I could. Oh, then, should I explain to Samina and company? I don't think I'll be able to pass her off as cookie peddler after all. I passed through Mihama's academy school gate, dragging myself along on heavy feet. As expected, the instant I showed my face in the classroom, Amina's jumps all over me. Most of the classmates are gathered on the far side of the room, apparently having watched me from the window. And as I enter, they all look at me with questions in their eyes. Blondie? Actually, Amina is the one who steps forward to interrogate me, declaring herself the representative of the class. I'd said the rest of the group doesn't seem to be disinterested either. Makina's staring at me with dazed expressions, Sachi's clutching her hands together in front of her chest, waiting for my words with bated breath. As for Michiru, for some reason she's glaring at me like I kicked her buttocks. Sakaki, on the other hand, is sitting primly in her seat, reading her book, as if to announce that she's above such things, but judged from the way she hasn't turned the page once since I came in, probably got her attention as well. Told you already, didn't I? She's my superior from my part-time job. Yeah, I lost both my parents when I was a kid, so I have to earn my own living expenses. It's a little difficult to summarize, but well, I get rid of garbage or crawl into various spaces and take care of the cleaning. It's what you call a dirty work. Probably something like that. That's right. She's on the management side, so she doesn't get her hands dirty. JB. Her name is Harudara Yura. JB's a pet name. she's a naturalized citizen. I think she's originally German. Don't really remember. I pull out the chair from my seat and drop my bag on top of the desk with deliberately loud thump. The question's over now. If you're satisfied with your curiosity, then go sit down. Class is going to start. My throat, man. My throat is dying. It's only been 3 hours. Just as I speak, the first bell rings and Makina and Sachi scurry back to their seats. The large woman who's been interrogating me, her expression still smoldering with irritation, pulls out the chair from the seat in front of mine and sits down heavily.
Ne, Yuji-kun. 私、まだ肝心なことを聞いてないわ。
What? Spit it out then.
あの人との関係、恋人じゃないんだよね。
That's your big question? What a joke.
くだらなくないわよ。私には大切なことなのよ。
She's forward. She's very forward. Don't stick your nose in my face.
ドキドキしちゃう？
You got a mustache starting there.
嘘！
Yeah, just screwing with you.
グーで殴るよ。
Sounds fun, give it a try.
かな？
Anime's punch is slow and lacking in serious intent. I dodge it easily with a slight swaying movement of my upper body. Think this overcome me. Do I look like a man who could be in a relationship?
あんたみたいな男だから謎なんじゃない。年上で金髪の外人が恋人でも、あんたなら妙に納得できるというか。
Probably. Amine stares into my eyes as if searching for the truth.
そもそも、うちの学園長とも知り合いなんでしょ？
Well, yeah.
怪しい。
What is it?
この学園に来る前は何をしていたの？
She's very, yeah, she is very perspective. Well, so this question finally came up. On paper, I was studying abroad in Canada, or some similar lie they came up with me for my forged personal history, but if they start pushing into that story, switches drag on. Answering somewhat honestly now should make for less trouble down the line anyway. Before I came here, I guess I was a freeloader of sorts.
紐？
If you want to make it sound fancier, maybe Gigolo. I was being supported by an unrelated older woman.
それがあの金髪の人？
No, she's a friend of the other woman. I started mooching off her after the first one died.
あんた最低ね。
In exchange, she worked me brutally hard on the job. She doesn't have anything to complain about. Amina shuts her eyes, slaps her hand on her forehead, and heaves a heavy sigh.
とにかく恋人はいないってことで間違いないのね。
Right. I'll admit I don't quite understand what's that main point here, but I guess this stuff is on the mind of girls at this age. If you try to force your perspective onto everything, you'll lose sight of the bigger picture. Although she doesn't look entirely satisfied by my response, Amine mutters brief, well, alright. Rises from the chair and heads back to her own seat. I watch until she finally sits down, then quickly turns to look behind me.
何よ。
Immediately behind me, I find a bright red Michiru staring back at me. Were you listening?
なば
She's cute.
別にあんたのことなんか興味ないんだからね。聞いてたんじゃなくて聞こえちゃっただけよ。勝手に変な話聞かせないでよね。迷惑なんだから。
Look at a snack. What time is it? 3:51. I got a snack at 4. I wasn't listening. Oh wait, yeah. Crossing her arms tightly in front of her chest, her face bright red, Mitsuru Bob was frantically. In response, I thrust out my right hand in an energetic thumbs up. Nice The way that I know that he would say nice Desundre Mitsuru. She's not bad at it, but she's cute because she's I don't know, she's cute. She's cute. Reminds me a bit of me. If you don't want to talk about something, you should make it awkward. If you don't want to talk about something, you shouldn't make it awkward to ask. Based on our theory, I tried spicing things up a little more than the reality, but who knows how much of it they believe. Of course, it's true that my parents died when I was still a kid, that I was picked up by an older woman, my master, and that I lived off the money she earned. After my master's death, I did get work from her friend JB in order to earn my keep. On top of that, it's thanks to her vouching for me that I'm able to attend a normal school like this in the first place. Huh. Now that I think about it, I didn't change the facts much at all. But then the more you focus on constructing believable lies, the less they tend to work. When you stick more or less to the truth, you'll end up convincing people no matter how absurd the story sounds. A promising start would be a bit more of an overstatement, but I think I can work with this. No matter what sort of life you're living, you run into people who just won't listen to what you have to say. When words don't get it through, the easiest alternative is beating them into submission. Certainly a bit of a rough solution, but when you're dealing with another man, it's at least an option. But when you're dealing with a woman, let alone a shrimp of a girl who doesn't come up to your shoulder, it's a different story. If you start swinging your fist around out of irritation under those circumstances, everyone would call it bullying the weak. It's a bad style. It leaves an unpleasant taste in your mouth too. What's called for in such situations is perseverance and patience. They're always saying we live in an age of technological wonders. So I've been waiting for someone to invent a machine you can stick on your back and switch to Zen-like, instantly granting yourself into infinite self-control. But despite the clear market potential, the world isn't yet such a convenient place. Well, no big deal. I'm pretty used to endurance tests by now. Makina! It's been 5 minutes since I spotted Isuru Makina wandering aimlessly around the campus and called out, "What are you up to?" in a casual tone. On the bright side, she reacted to my voice and stopped dead in her tracks instead of fleeing. The next step is proving a little bit more problematic. The girl's just staring up at my face. She hasn't said a word. Can you not speak Japanese? Silent as always, Makina shakes her head back and forth in denial, apparently having understood my question. Are you afraid of me, maybe? The cute little, twin toes? Pigtails? Her silence continues, and this time there's neither confirmation nor denial. It seems unlikely that she didn't understand the question, which would mean this one is in uncertain territory somewhere between yes and no, as far as I can guess. I'm repeating myself, but this sort of communication takes a lot of patience and persistence. And try to consciously consider things from Makina's point of view. A transfer student with an unclear background. What's more, a man of 178. Isn't that almost 6 feet? From the perspective of Makina, who'd I guess to be around 140. Oh my god, she's short. It might as well be a little intimidating to have me tower above her. For the moment, I crouch down so that my eyes are leveled with her. It seems like you were wandering around the grounds. Are you looking for something? Makina speaks a single word in a quiet voice. Once again, she shakes her head in denial. And what are you doing? That's a point of some interest to me, but well, if you get down to it, Wherever she is and whatever she's doing is her own business, I suppose. I'm not a policeman and I don't have any reason to drag it out of her. In this case, it might be best to find some words to wrap this up cleanly, give her a friendly goodbye and let this timid creature be on her own way. But just as I reach this conclusion, Machina lowly moves her hand to the rear of her skirt, grabs something with her stubby fingers and pushes it in front of my eyes. What is this thing? At a glance, the item in Machina's small hand is a toy-like object roughly the size of an egg, with an LCD screen buried into the center. Oh, Tomodachi! Tomogachi! On the closer examination, there's some unknown life form or monster most closely resembling a chick, displayed in a blocky pixel on the central LCD. Seemed to be programmed with some cheap animations, about 3 patterns or so. Come to think of it, I remember reading a news article about this a few years ago. After developing the smallest 3-axis geomagnetism sensor in the world at the time, a certain company fed that technology into children's electronic toys, which then became an explosive hit among grade schoolers. Oh god. Nodding her head, Machina returns the pedometer in her hands into her waist. In other words, she wasn't looking for anything particular. Her wandering in itself was the objective. Walking's a good thing since it's aerobatic exercise without too much strain to the joints, and if you're going to walk anyways, having some sort of visible results from the effort might make it feel more worthwhile. Machina points at the school gates as she speaks. I see. It makes sense that she wanted to avoid crowded places, given her extreme shyness. That would restrict her strolls to pacing around the school grounds, which would quickly get repetitive. So the digital pet serves as a distraction from that boredom, most likely. Like taking walks? Sorta is it? Well, walking for fun at this age might be a little odd. It seems more like a hobby of an old man. You have any other interests, like reading, for example? Read any books lately? Manga's fine too. Whatever. To tell the truth, I already heard from Amina that Machina often reads books, and reading is a hobby of mine as well. I think it's a decent common topic for starters. In response to my question, Machina holds her right index finger to her chin and mumbles, while gazing up at the sky. Quiz? Huh? Was it interesting? Life-threatening to observe with the naked eye. What kind of death ray weapon is that? And is sweet of all things? Some new tech from the West. Just looking at it is dangerous would mean it's probably some sort of optical weapon. Something like an X-ray possessing mass or some sort of beam saber style light-based killing tool. No, wait. If just seeing it is dangerous. Some sort of super weapon that radiates a pulse to the receptors of the eyeball, using a flickering pattern to stimulate the brain cells and trigger accelerating apoptosis. Hold it. This thing is sweet, right? He's sweet. Where the hell do we go from here? All I'm getting is some sort of chocolate pastry shooting out a mysterious beam of light. Don't know. I give up. What's the answer? Candy. What?
見たら死団子
See and
見たら死ぬのよ。
die. See and die. Shinde, basically. See and die. Ah. That is interesting. I missed the angle. Candy.
もう行ってもいい？
She's a little interested. Yeah, I'm sorry to hold you up. Without even a buyer, later Machina leaves the area at a trot as if fleeing from me. It doesn't seem like she's outright hates me though.
逆じゃないかな。
How long have you been there?
みたらし団子のあたりかな。
What do you mean by the opposite?
あー、まあなんつうか単純に人見知りってのもあるけど、マキナはユージ君に嫌われないようにしてるんだと思うよ。
Trying to not be disliked.
マキナって本当はもっと明るい子なんだけど、明るすぎてうざがられることも多いから警戒してるのよ。
True enough, I remember seeing her rushing around brandishing a cicada and cackling that first time. If it's that her normal state, then the way she behaves in front of me would certainly be product of deliberate self-restraint, but
警戒しているってことは、ユージ君に嫌われないように意識してるって証拠じゃない？
I think it could be interpreted as simple fear as well.
まあ、怯え半分ってのはあると思うけど、大丈夫じゃないかな。
What makes you say that?
さっきマキナと会話するとき、ユージ君マキナの目線に合わせて腰を低くしたでしょ？あれって実は有効手段なんだよね。
Yeah. When I was a kid, there was a time I'd been surrounded by unfamiliar adults and found myself on the brink of tears. When one of the adults stooped down to talk with me face to face, I immediately got emotionally attached. Looking back, I feel like shouting, "You sure got attached to an outrageous person," or complaining about what an idiot I was, but
ほら、私も背高い方だし、最初はマキナもなかなか懐かなくってさ、目線を合わせて話すって裏技に気づくのに1ヶ月もかかったよ。
and now she's glued to you, or something like that.
あー、確かにべったりだけど、言うほどいつも一緒ってわけじゃないわよ。マキナはそれにあの子、感情のムラが激しいっていうか、あんまり変な意味にとってほしくないんだけど、ずっと一緒にいると疲れるのよね。
Maybe she's playing by herself because she understands that.
うまく説明できないけど、猫みたいなものよ。構ってほしい時だけニャンニャン言ってすり寄ってきて、飽きたらスッといなくなっちゃう感じ。癖っ気でふわふわしてるし、体もぐにゃぐにゃで柔らかいし、体温が高いから抱くと暖かいし、なんか甘ったるい匂いするし、猫っぽいよね。
Cat, I see.
まあ、慣れないうちはそっけないかもしれないけど、絶対に悪い子じゃないから仲良くしてあげてよ。
I don't plan to force her to be friends if she doesn't want to be. But yeah, I'll try to avoid being hated. By avoiding unnecessary contact, I shouldn't inspire any hatred or come to hate anyone myself. If in exchange, I won't be liked or come to like anyone either. Maintaining emotional distance along appropriate lines is an essential but extremely difficult aspect of forming efficient interpersonal relationships. Of course, there are always these careless puppy dog types who will leap into your arms wagging their tails right from the start.
何よ、私の顔じっと見て。
Well, just thinking about how beautiful you are.
キスしたくなっちゃった？
Ka! Alright, Almina, close your eyes.
うん。
Her little blush. her chest swelling with some ridiculous expectation. Amina closes her eyes and thrusts out her lips as instructed. Moving quickly and silently, I make good my getaway, leaving the girl in her. Ah!
どこ行ったのよ。もう意地悪。
I see, Magna may have the right idea. Leaving out later goodbye entirely and silently running away certainly is less troublesome. Don't take it the wrong way, Amina. It's not that I hate you, I'm just trying to avoid being hated by you. Read books in a well-lit area. That was a teaching of my master's. At that time, I was accustomed to reading while shut up in a closet or a dark room. Those words felt a bit refreshing. Of course, it's not like I'm worried about obeying the teachings of a woman who's already dead, and I'm still not good with the direction of sunlight. But here I am searching for a bright place with a book in hand anyways. Aren't I adorable? Hold up. I'm gonna take a small break. I need to fill up my water bottle and I need to get a snack. I'll be back. I'm back. Yippee. I need to refill my water and snack on something. I might order something later. Just depends. I've been craving sandwiches. I've been craving Jimmy John's, man. It's so good. I still no, because like I thought, I'm like, am I still muted? Wait, if I order it around 5, it should be around like 5:30. Been craving it. Oh, I love the sandwiches. Maybe make it. Oh, I'll see that later. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, I'll eat a little bit later. I'll eat at 5. But I want to try to push forward. I don't think I've gotten any far in this game. No reason to wander around looking for a sunny place. In this shitty heat. Stepping away from the air conditioner school building, I unfold the school's admission guide pamphlet. On the coated 3-folded brochure, there's a 3-bird-eye view illustration of the campus with a mark of the south of the schoolhouse and notation: planned site of the school library is constructed. Planned site. Meaning there isn't a library yet, I guess. Although there is something library-esque on the 2nd floor of the school building, the collection only holds around 200 books. You can apply to have a book stocked if you're after one in particular, and apparently a book mobile replaces the existence of collection every once in a while. But it doesn't seem like it's being used that heavily. In other words, there's no reason to go out of my way to borrow the key to use it. I bought my own books and there are plenty of well-lit areas besides the library. While casually looking over the pamphlet, I find the words Rose Garden. This is definitely our principal's doing.
乙女たちの通う学園にはやっぱりバラ園が必要よね。毎年新入生が入学する時期には先輩たちが自分で育てたバラを新入生の胸に添えるの。素敵。
Or so I can easily imagine a certain woman who doesn't know how to act her age, deluding herself. Pretty flowers might calm your mind, but they won't fill your belly. If you got a room to grow them, it would be better to be used of an edible plant. Telling her that would probably just make things unpleasant. I'll just have to remember to greet Principal Tachibana with a good day, One-sama. Hi, One-sama. Ohayo, One-sama. The next day I see her. A rose garden, eh? I don't have any interest in edible flowers, but I guess there would be a shaded tree or two as well. Imagine myself reading under a tree surrounded by blooming roses brings a smirk to my face. Guided by these silly thoughts, I decided to head towards the rose garden for the first and only time. They call it a rose garden, but not a single one in bloom. Based on the map, this is definitely the right spot. And there's even a white arch that seems appropriate, but from what I can see, aren't any roses and flowers. Maybe the garden's still in work in progress, or perhaps they're cutting the buds during the summers. Well, not like I came to see the roses in the first place, so whatever. Ooh. Cute! What's she laying on? What's she saying on a cat? That was a surprise. The bikurishita. I wasn't expecting anyone else to be here. No, more importantly, what the heck is she doing? I approached silently and touched Makina's neck in the area of her carotid artery. She's still got a pulse. On close inspection, she's breathing quietly, so I guess the wicked stepmother, Amina in this case, didn't feed her a poison apple. She's sleeping? Wait, this thing is a cat, I think. A large cat is serving as the soundly sleep Machina's pillow. I'd taken it for a stuffed animal at first. It sure looks like a fluffy toy, but when I draw closer, the stubby ears buried in its fur twitch like a miniature radar antennas. My next question, why sleep out here, soon resolves itself. You see, it's definitely nice and cool here. Not so knowledgeable about cool places, or so they used to say. As for Machina, I expect she was wandering around by herself as her per usual, and grew exhausted and collapsed into a sudden sleep on the spot. I watched the particularly gnawed apple on Machina's chest rise and fall with her breathing. She just fell asleep in the middle of eating, just like a baby. I noticed that Machina's mouth is half open and dripping transparent drool. Not to mention her hair is a scruffy mess. The ribbons on her uniform is crooked, and she's wearing different socks on her left and right leg. What's with this girl? As I look down upon her, Machina suddenly snuffles noisily. What a weirdo. It's been a while since the last time I laughed at a woman's sleeping face. Even as I'm filled with the desire to keep watching, discomfort at the peaceful atmosphere of this place also wells up within me. That moment I sense someone watching me, and I look over to find that Machina's pillow cap has woken and is staring up at me in surprise. Sorry to bother you. Go back to sleep. I leave them, taking care to avoid making noises, and sit down under a tree a little ways away. Phew. Wandering around as she pleases, then falling asleep in the nearest cool place when she gets tired. I see. She certainly does remind you of a cat. She's just like me. I'm envious. That's not sarcasm or anything. I generally am envious of Machina. I'm sure that she brings that little pocket of natural peacefulness space with her wherever she goes. I think that's something worth envying. And it's probably very precious to her as well. Which might well be why she doesn't want to take... I can't read anymore. Which might well be why she doesn't want to step outside the sanctuary of a school when she can avoid it. Inside the sanctuary that would crumble in any moment without the protection of others. I wonder if the day will come when I too can sleep in that utterly defenseless way. Turning towards the sound, I noticed that the fat white cat from before appearing from the direction of the thickest I just left. Rustling its way through the foliage on stubby legs, it stops suddenly when it spots me sitting under the shade of my tree. Glaring at me with the sleepy-looking eyes, it lets out a single disgruntled meow. My bad. After getting suddenly woken up in the middle of a pleasant lap, it's only natural. If I were put out of bed on a Sunday morning, I'd be mourning by some pushy religious solicitors. I'm sure I'd make a similar face. Solicitors. Although the fat cat doesn't seem to have accepted my apology, he snuffles roughly and lumbers away from this place. As I'm watching the cat dignified exits, the bushes start to rustle again. She is just like a cat. I hear the sound of a dimwit creature awakening and lazy stretching out its body. When I take a look, Machina's crouched on the ground on all fours, bending her back. She really is a cat in human form. Machina opens her mouth, holds down a yawn, and rubs roughly at the tears spilling out of the corner of her eyes. After a restless look around the area, she draws herself off the ground. It's not like I'm doing anything I need to be ashamed of, but before I realize it, I've hidden myself from her. After standing stock still for a moment, Machina takes a bite from the apple in her hand and wanders off briskly. What's she up to now? Doesn't look like she's got any particular destination in mind. Driven by an interest I find difficult to pin down, I decide to quietly follow Machina. There's no regularity to Machina's actions. Just when I think she's walking straight towards something, she'll come to a sudden stop, look around restlessly, and head off to a different direction. Doesn't seem like she's lost or anything, so I suppose she's just moving wherever her whims take her. Unfortunately, the randomness makes it pretty tough to tell her. It wouldn't be a serious problem if she noticed me, but I just call out to her now. I have a feeling she'll scamper up again. I skillfully hide my presence and continue shouting her movements. Telling a girl without her knowledge, objectively speaking, I guess this would be stalking. Just as I'm finally starting to get fed up with her following Machina's directionless rambling, which resembles the random staggering of a sleepwalker more than anything else, the rare wandering monster in question comes to a sudden halt. Her resting place is an area on the outskirts of the school courtyard, in front of an artificial cement pond of uncertain purpose. Machina totters her way to the pond, thrusts her hand in the pocket of her skirt to retrieve some half-eaten white bread, and starts tearing off chunks to throw into the water. Every time Machina's small hand hurls a bit of bread into the pond, a loud splash sound resonates from the surface of the water. Apparently someone stocked it with fish and she's feeding them. She's fattening them up to eat them? Clawfish. Machina looks around the area rapidly, grabs a short tree branch lying nearby, then leans over. The depths of the pond and begins poking into the water. Although I was puzzled there for a moment, it seems like she's trying to capture a crawfish she spotted in the pond. This looks risky. Given her character, it's obvious she'll be taking first dive into the pond very soon if I just sit here. Ah, she's gonna still fall over! I approach Machina from behind and call out to her. Hey, watch out or you fall into the pond! Yeah. I guess I shouldn't have called it to her out of nowhere. Machina's hands slip off the ground in a stereotypical slapstick pratfall. Whoops. Swiftly reaching out to the floundering Machina, I firmly seize the collar of her school uniform and pull her back to safety. Tangled by the nape of her neck like a kitten, Machina lets out a feline cry. You're light. Are you even 40 kilos? There isn't any difference in weight from the backpack I'm always carrying given this weight and size. I could lug her a good 25 kilometers in a single day. Oh, sorry. I wasn't planning to call out to you, but it's better than letting you fall into the pond, isn't it? No need to thank me. I did the natural thing given to the circumstances. Look at me shamelessly doing the life-saving hero number, despite being in large part responsible for the problem in the first place. I might have the makings of an American politician. Machina gives a quick bow of thanks and without another word starts to run away from me yet again. Hey, hold it. Where do you think you're going? Don't give me the... Oh, why are you running from me? Oh. She's warmed up. When she's asking me a point blank, it's not like I have any particular justification for detaining her here. That said, it's kind of unpleasant to be avoided this blatantly. At the very least, if there's a reason she's doing this, I want to know about it. I think I asked this before, but are you scared of me?
そうじゃないけど。
If there's some reason why you're avoiding me, how about telling me? If possible, I'll try to address it. Again with the silent treatment. Deciding to pursue the conversation more patiently, I squatted down to match my line of sight with Machina. Do you remember my name?
風見裕二。
That's right. Yuji's fine.
名前で呼ぶの恥ずかしいよ。
She's cute! Okay, then call me what you want.
じゃあお兄ちゃん。
Only. I have to say being called her big brother is a bit embarrassing on my end, but well, alright. When I turn around in response to the splashing the splashing sound coming from the pond behind me, there are a number of fish gathered at the surface of the water flapping their mouths in demand for more food. Seems they come to expect a handout when people stand near the pond. Machina, you still have breadcrumbs left.
うん。
Machina thrusts her hands into her skirt pocket and rummages through its contents.
これは違う。これも違う。
She talks, she pulls things out of her pocket one after the other. The items that emerge are mostly sweets like candy, chocolate, and chewing gum, along with an erratic selection of tools like nail clippers, rubber bands, and glue sticks. Although I've heard that women's purses are connected to fourth dimensions, this girl's pocket seems to be connected to a dark garbage dump. Machina carelessly rains down the rubbish that emerges on the ground around her. One after the other. What is this? I pick up a plastic container shaped like a large film canister. There's a label pasted on the side filled with numbers and symbols of uncertain meaning.
それはダメ。それはチルチルにあげるラムネなの。返して。
I'm not gonna steal it or anything. Here, take it. When I hold out the case here, Machina snatches it back instantly.
これは絶対に食べたらダメなのよ。
I'm not gonna stink bites of other people's food at my age.
そんなこと言って信用できないのよさ。世の中にはそう言っておいてこっそり隠れて食べちゃってすっかりいい気持ちになっちゃった大きいお姉さんもいるのよさ。
Amane, huh?
なんでアマネーだってわかったの？
Amani. I didn't, just seeing the first name that popped into my head. It really was her. She's got a surprising gluttonous side.
私から聞いたって言ったら嫌なのよ。ほら、パンをあげるからこれで我慢するのよさ。
Good as her word, Machina shoved some half-eaten bread under my face.
はい、全部食べていいのよさ。いっぱい食べてまるまる太るのよ。
No, I wasn't planning to eat it. I take the bread scraps from Machina, tear off some small pieces and throw them into the pond. The fish at the surface struggle like a pack of piranhas for food, mostly gulping it all down. Nice appetite, huh? I thought these things were carp, but now that I get a closer look, they're actually goldfish.
金魚なのよ。去年神社のお祭りで私が救ったのよさ。
From a goldfish snatching game, huh?
そう。
If these were originally goldfish from a scooping game, they're almost certainly the tiny kind that's sold as live food for commonest fish in pet shops, but these things are huge.
毎日餌をあげてたらどんどん大きくなったのよ。
Oh my god. Fish generally can keep growing as long as they're alive, so the more you feed them, the bigger they get. Exactly how have you been giving them though?
パンとか 魚の餌とか暇な時とか
Just making them
休
so
み時
fat.
間のたびにあげてたのよ。
I get it. You know fish don't really know when they're full. They don't feel pain the way we do either, so they'll eat as much as you give them, even if their stomachs are bulging out.
そうなの？
The number one cause of death among aquarium fish is Sorry, hold up. I need to fix my headphones. Indigestive from being overfed. That's what it said in something I read when I was a kid, at least.
なんて本？
I think it was a magazine called Monthly Junior Science. They mentioned it in some article about raising fish in ozonated water.
へえ、お魚の本なの？
It's okay, baby. It's okay, boss. It had articles on all sorts of things, not just fish, animals, space, whatever. My older sister was seriously dedicated reader. I'd pick up magazines like that when she was finished, although half of it went over my head. As I'm recalling the content of the science magazines I read back then, I suddenly remembered something. Hey Machina, you had some pickled squid in that pocket, didn't you? What the?
あるけど、金魚にあげるの？
No, just take it out for now. Also, have anything we could use as a string?
お裁縫の木目糸ならあるけど、何するの？
You'll see. Receiving the squid from Machina, I firmly tie one end of the thread around it and then knot the other end to a tree branch I pick up at random.
釣り竿？
Exactly. So now I tossed the squid dangling by the thread into the pond. Around the area where I threw the squid, I could see the shape of the crawfish Machina had been poking out earlier. When I jiggle the squid in front of its face, within a matter of seconds the crawfish extends his pincers and firmly seizes the bait. There. Hook him, see that?
すげえ！ザニガニ釣れた！
It's a crawfish, not a clawfish. You got the word wrong. They dangle the captured crescent in front of her eyes. Machina stares at it with the expression of immense curiosity.
ザニガニ真っ赤だね。
There must be a lot of edible aquatic plants or something in there. Crawfish turn red when they have abundant food.
餌が少ないとどうなるの？
They turn blue.
青くなる？
Oh. You take a small newborn crawfish and continuously give it food like potatoes, radishes, and sardines that don't contain keratin. It'll turn blue in a month or so.
本当に？
I read it in a book when I was a kid and ended up trying it out myself. There were some that ended up with a lot of violet spots or with flakes, but I remember getting a few that turned deep blue as well.
いいなあ。私もやってみたい。
Okay, then try to catch one yourself. I pulled the captured crawfish off the squid to return to the pond and handed the fishing pole to Machina.
私に釣れるかな。やったことないのよさ。
Experiencing new things is always worth a while, so you might as well start by trying to catch one yourself.
じゃあやってみる。
Don't fall into the pond, alright? Also, try to get the smallest one you can.
頑張るのよさ。
Taking the crude poles with me, Machina firstly hurls the squid into the pond.
ザニガニ釣れるといいな。
I already told you, it's crawfish, not clawfish.
仕方がないのよさ。私はバカだから。
Crawfish, not clawfish. Is that the issue here? I mean, I do remember pronouncing snow as small. Small? Back when I was in elementary school for a while, but after my sister pointed it out to me, I stopped making that mistake. Didn't you have someone to point out that sort of mistake for you? Your mom, for instance?
うん
Oh,
お母さんは私のこと嫌っているから
damn. I see. There's no mother in the world who hates her child was my... Wait. There's no mother in the world who hates her child was my mother's line, but... By now, I'm all too well aware that the world isn't that simple. I suppose there really are mothers who hate their children. Yeah. And for those children, that can't be a topic they want to chat about with some stranger. An awkward attempt at consolation would backfire
お
here.
兄ちゃんは
Consolation.
優しい人なのね
Me? Seems like I haven't quite gotten the hang of being called Oni-chan yet. You serious? How am I nice?
ね私の家族に無関心でいてくれるところ
I mean, you just told me that your mom hates you. I'm not gonna pry it any further. Just wasn't interested enough to risk it.
なんで嫌われてるのか興味ない
I think maybe it's because of the way that she acts, probably. And they don't like that. And stared steadily at Makna's small back, silhouette against the palm. If you wanted to talk, I'll listen.
ねそれは私がバカだから
No. Don't they say that kids are cuter when they're a little dumb?
私のバカを侮っちゃいけないのよこう見えても私札付きで筋金入りのバカなのよさ
Can't say if I've ever heard of anyone that fierce of... I can't say I've ever heard of anyone with that fierce a reputation for being stupid before. Well, don't worry about it. There's nothing but idiots in my vicinity, including me.
ね私ね別にお兄ちゃんのことが嫌いで避けてたわけじゃないのよ
Oh shit. I've been avoiding you because I hated you, you know?
逆に嫌われたくなくてバカな子だなってそう思われないようになるべく近寄らないようにしてたのよさ
No. It's like I said, I'm surrounded by idiots. If I went around hating people for something like that, I'd run out of my supply of hate real fast. Well, there certainly are people who can't hold together their fragile sense of self-worth except by looking down on others. Even a few true idiots who take those emotions to extreme become dictators or cult leaders and launch hunts against their inferiors. Why assume you'll be hated over something like that anyways? That way of thinking seems counterproductive. Debase yourself by saying, I'm just an idiot, and you just puff up the many self-styled geniuses of the world.
でもね私あまねみたいに綺麗じゃないしユミちゃんみたいに頭良くないし何の才能もないのよさ
There's no point in standing around with your mouth open waiting for talents to fall from the sky. You make your own. I like that! I like that. I feel like you can have your own talent.
どうやって
No matter what you're doing, the most essential thing is not to give up. For as many times as it takes, keep trying persistently until you can call yourself average.
それでも人並みだよ
Average is just fine. If you can collect a nice group of average level skills, that's already above average. You've created your own sort of talent. Being a hard worker is a talent in its own right. Being a hard worker is a talent in its own right. My sister's words. And from that group of average skills, you can work to improve further on things that you think you're suited for. A person blessed with talent, in a manner of speaking, is just someone who found a path well suited to them early on. When you get down to it, people can accomplish nearly anything as long as they don't give up. Obviously, but it's true. On the other hand, guys who give up at the first setback will never get anything done. There's no need to rush. You're still a kid. You got time. Try out anything and everything. Struggle on as much as you want. And I rest my hand on Makina's head with a gentle thump. It's at just the right height for this sort of thing. That's what this school is for, right?
そうなのかな。
At the very least, I think the principal wants this school to be that sort of place. So you might as well throw out your chest and do as many stupid things as you want, with pride. Of course, if this girl ends up doing something truly dramatically stupid, the principal will be the one facing the music, so I'm probably overstepping my bounds just a bit here.
じゃあ私バカでもいいの？
Why not? Being dumb is fine. In the first place, guys who go around calling themselves geniuses are either weaklings with fragile egos, or just jokers using the line to get a laugh. And even if you were some genius, that just makes it easy to mistake yourself for a perfect human and start slacking off. Hairs like that get passed by the tortoises of the world eventually.
そっか。やっぱいい人ね、お兄ちゃん。
Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to try playing nice guy for a bit. You shouldn't trust me that easily, got it?
あ、知ってるそれ。ツンデレってやつなのよさ。チルチルがいつも練習してるのよ。勘違いしないでよね。
How to put this? I'm not sure how I feel about being put in the same boat as that girl. Makina, I think you got a bite.
おお、なんとしたことか。
You pull it up! No need to rush. Slowly pull it out of the water.
ザリガニ、あ、違う。ザリガニ釣れてる。釣れたのよさ。
See? People can do anything if they try, so don't give up before you start, okay?
なんか自信ついた感じ。このザリガニを部屋に持って帰って青くなるか実験してみたい。
Oh, you're gonna kill it. Maybe. I've hope in you. Okay then. Should go to Amina Sachi to see if you can find an aquarium to raise it in. Make sure only to feed it stuff without carotene.
アジとかイワシ、大根やジャガイモ。
Say you're smart. Hope you remembered. Put my hand on Makina's head and ruffled hair around roughly.
こう見えても記憶力は結構いいのよ。
You're smart. Alright. Better get that crawfish in the water while it's still in good shape. Don't overfeed it, okay?
わかった。ありがとうお兄ちゃん。
Ah, my heart!
遊んでくれる？
Yeah, see you later.
ありがとう。
Makina is still clutching the clawfish, waves her hand cheerfully and takes off at a full speed towards the dorm. Thanks. Huh? I don't recall doing anything worthy of much gratitude, but regardless, hearing such a happy thanks feels kind of pleasant. Maybe it's because I was raised in an environment where such words were very rare, but I think being able to thank others so freely is also a sort of talent. It probably seems perfectly commonplace to her, so I'm sure she's not even conscious of that skill. I sort of get that feeling she may just be overlooking the talents she does have. I get it. I guess that's what makes her an idiot. They say that idiots don't catch cold, but it's probably more accurate to say idiots don't realize when they caught a cold. In the same way, because Makina's an idiot, She's probably oblivious of her own abilities. Honestly, what a weird girl. And then again, weird people are really boring. Or so I think. Basking in the peaceful and sluggish atmosphere, mocking the left in your wake. I need more water. As soon as the lecturer leaves the classroom, Michiru stumps forward onto her desk. We only gotten through 2 periods. Are you out of stamina already?
そんなの分かってるけど、座学の授業が続くとどうしてもこうなるのよ。それからさっち、シャーペンの芯がなくなっちゃったんだけど、返し持ってる？はい、どうぞ。
She's so cute.
ありがとう。そうそう、料理の時いつもここだけ使い道がなくて困るのよね。ってこれ、キャベツの芯じゃないの。え、何？これって日頃からシャーペンの芯とか消しゴムをサチから借りてる私へのいじめ？もしかして私、実はサチに嫌われてる？
That's quite the imagination leap in logic there.
ほらサッチ、早く誤解を解いてあげないとチルチルが溶けてなくなっちゃうのよ。あ、すみません。ミチル様が欲しかったのはこちらですよね。
Sachi hands Michiru a new lead for a mechanical pencil.
もう頼むわよサチ。さすがの私もちょっとびっくりしちゃったじゃない。飲みの心臓だものね。
Oof.
失礼ね。いくらなんでもそこまで小さくないわよ。ハエと同じぐらいの肝玉は持ってるわよ。どうせ見栄を張るならもっとマシな生き物にしなさいよ。なんなら試してみる？
あ、
いえ、本当に結構です。ごめんなさい。
She's cute. Way to prove her right.
ねえねえサッチ、私には負け組ハッパーちょうだい。ルーズリーフのことだよね。はい、どうぞ、マキちゃん。
Maki-chan.
グラッチグラッチ。こらこらマキナ、教室で発情するの禁止。邪魔が入ったようなのよさ。じゃあ続きはベッドの上で。
I'm willing to bet she saw some spy movie yesterday. But anyway, if you really got in the works, Sachi.
何でもというのはどんなものでしょうか？
What?
やっぱりここって突っ込んだ方がいいの？どうだろうね。
You're a unique one.
ありがとうございます。しかもなんか褒められてるし。ねえ。
Let's see, do you have a chisel on hand as well?
はい。
As soon as I request it, a chisel set emerges from the depths of her desk. How about a heavy-duty stapler that can handle dozens of sheets of paper at once? Standing from her desk, Sachi walks off to face a large locker in the back of the classroom. What's with the locker? It's twice the size of the others.
詰め込むものがたくさんあるさっちゃん専用ってやつ？それはこれのことでしょうか？
Within a few minutes, she finds the request item and brings it to me. Normally, I expect to have to go to a stationery store to get something like this.
ちょっとユージ、あんた今頃何言ってるのよ。十徳ナイフより幸を持てっていうのがこのクラスでの常識よ。
Are you saying your karate chop cuts sharper than your folding blade?
そうじゃなくて、さっちゃんはそれだけ何でも用意できるってこと。
I see. Well, Well, considered her apparent skills and devotion, I suppose she's well prepared to deal with most requests.
まあその格言が生まれたのにも理由があるわけだけど、あれはあまりの暑さで教室のクーラーも故障したうだるような夏の日だったわ。今日は本格的に寒いわね。これじゃあセミの寿命も2割引きよ。ねえねえチルチル、じゃあ今日のお昼は鍋にしようよ。鍋。こういう時こそ体も心もグツグツ煮えたぎるのよさ。おお、マキナもたまにはいいこと言うじゃない。
Hella.
何あれ。さあ、暑さのせいで湧いちゃったんでしょ。湧いちゃったって。でしょでしょ。学園で鍋ってところが飛び抜けてるでしょ。うんうん、見直した見直した。というわけでサチ、鍋セットの用意は任せたわよ。はい、わかりました。ってさすがに鍋は無理よね。ってあれ、さっちゃんどこ行ったんだろう。鍋をやるために必要なものを集めに行ったんでしょ。まさか。だって私もマキナも冗談で言ってただけなのよ。いきなりやるって言っても人できっこないし。私の耳には分かりましたってうなずいたように聞こえたけど。そう言われてみればうなずいてたかも。最初は全員が半信半疑だった。でも授業に顔を出さず4時間目の授業終了と同時に戻ってきたサチはお待たせしました。可愛く鼻水を垂らしながら土鍋セットと食材を抱えていたのよ。でもあの時食べたお鍋はすっごく美味しかったのよさ。そう？マキナがお菓子入れたりするから最後はゲテモノ鍋になってた気がするけど。ってこらー、私が熱を入れて語ってるんだからスルーしないでよ。
Incidentally, if I said I want a nabe right now, would you be able to prepare things like you did before?
はい、できますけど。
Within a small nod, Sachi moves her gaze to the locker behind us. See, it seems like you really might be versatile than a swift army knife.
だからあんたも部活のこと言うのをやめなさいよ。サチには冗談が通じないんだから。
Alright, Sachi, let's change things up this time. Get together the ingredients for flowing somen noodles.
はい、わかりました。
An Insteris responds even here.
ってあんた、人が注意してあげてるそばから何やってるのよ。
Give me one second. I'm gonna order. Grate your sandwich or wrap into a cup with chips and drink. Check it out. I'm gonna order something. I'm gonna order food. I'm hungry. Toasted. Delivery. Let me see. I'm hungry. I want the sandwich now. Let's loop. Type thing. I type it in. Oh, I gotta type it again. my sides. I want chips. Chips. Barbecue chips. Oh. I want root beer. Regular large. Large, please. Wait. Oh, I got a sandwich. Oh wait, no, this is not the normal sandwich I get. Favorite combo. Any regular favorite sandwich with your choice. Only $1 more. It should. I think I misread it. Was ultimate Italian. Yes. Cut in half. Napkins. Leave at delivery door. I kind of want to try the jalapeno chips. Large mountain root beer. Customize it because some stuff I don't like. No, ooh, no onions. No. Extra. No, it's gonna be dirty. An item. Okay. I wonder if I have any rewards. Can I use them? Play now. Wait. No, I don't even have that many points. Rewards available. Why is it so hard? Okay. How many rewards? Can I do rewards online? I'm sorry. I'm hungry. Turn them burned up. I'm assuming I can use it on my thing. Words can be used together. Oh, it has applied. To get. Ah! Okay. Check out. Okay, delivery, tax estimated, what's applied, tip, okay, apply, okay, not bad, not bad. Can't spell. What could it? check out. Wait, let me see if it's the right address. I always have. Okay. Yippee! Food. I want to try the jalapeno chips.
ほらもうサチが出て行っちゃったじゃない。
食材だから今度はスーパーかしら。
もしくは寮のキッチンね。
Not a problem. Not a problem. I really do want to try this.
じゃあなんで流しそうめん？
This is like 2 drinks. I gotta update it. Can you change it to no drinks? Struggling. Update. You said it yourself earlier, didn't you? It's hot today, so I thought a cold meal would be best.
何よ。私のことを気にかけてくれたからって別にお礼なんて言わないんだからね。はあ
Okay, this looks about right. With a careful check of the bamboo flumes that makes up the small canal, I confirm that the water is flowing smoothly. Having explained the gist of things to the others, I spent the last 2 periods obtaining the necessary materials and putting together a simple angled bamboo gutter on the roof.
お腹減った。
A few months after lunch break begins, my classmates, excluding Sachi, emerges.
って何これ？
How did they take off? Why does it come out to that? I'm assuming it take off.
流しそうめんの流しでしょ。
そうじゃなくて、なんでそんなものが学園の屋上にあるのかってことよ。もしかしてユウジ君が作ったの？
Yeah, there's a bamboo grove within walking distance in the direction of the mountain, so the materials weren't hard to come by.
まさか授業をサボって山で竹取りとはね。
This would be the first time I've skipped class, come to think of it.
まさかあんた今まで一度も授業をサボったことなかったの？
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
今時珍しいじゃない。
Also, I use moso bamboo for this thing, but when you're looking to make more intricate goods like a hamper or strainer, the more flexible matake bamboo is better suited to the job. If you can tell the difference between the two, it'll come in handy when you're trying to live off the mountains. Keep in mind.
いや、普通女子学生が山ごもりとかする必要ないし。そうね。お待たせしました。
Sachi joins us carrying a large tote bag on her shoulder.
サッチ、ナイスタイミングだね。
Looks like you were able to find what we needed.
はい、一通りの食材は用意できました。
ここが余っているようだから私はここにするわ。
とか言って本当は楽しみにしてるから一番上流なんでしょ。
はあ、流しましょうか。
それはやめておこう。ほら、カッターの葉食べたら喉切れちゃうかもしれないし。かマキボウ、私らは上流の2人が逃した面を根こそぎゲットするんえ。了解ですぜ、姉子。
After I distributed a pair of chopsticks and a bowl of soup for the noodles to everyone, they took up the desired position around the bamboo gutter. It seems like the flowing somen is a rare experience for everyone, not just me.
それではサチ先生、第一投お願いします。はい。
In response to Michiro's yell, Sachi releases a few strands of somen noodles into the waterway.
それ、キャッチ。うまい。ほらほら、そんな顔しないで。まあ、ユミコも次頑張りなさいよ。
次は絶対。
ねえ、あまね。もしかしてここすっごく不利な位置なんじゃない？大丈夫よ。たくさん流し始めたら必ずこぼれが出てくるんだから。というわけでサチ、次お願いね。では。やった。私だって。
Almanes and Machina stir their empty soup bowls with hollow eyes. Because of this intense battle upstream, none of the noodles have reached their lower position. Alright then. Then we'll just do this. Tachi, let's get some in this one as well.
わかりました。これがジャパニーズ直通電車で社長さん。ありがとう、ユージ君。
No need to thank me. A long time ago, I had it beaten into me not to waste the things I made.
へえ。
Alright, I'll secure your share. Scooping noodles directly from the original container, I deposit them into Sachi's bowl.
ありがとうございます。ずるいよ、サッチンだけ。そういう手段があるなら、私もユージ君から直接食べさせてもらおうかしら。
A pair of observant hunters are on me in seconds. Hold it. If everyone starts taking noodles directly, it's not flowing somen.
ここが私の部屋だったら、ユージ君だけに女体流しそうめんやってあげてもよかったんだけど。
Sexy somen, nice ring to it.
ちょ
女の武器を使った買収ってやつ？
それなら私もやるのよさ。ラメーラメーって。
もう何なのよこの子たちは。ほら小峰さん、手が止まってるわよ。
すみません。突然授業を休みたいというから何をするのかと思えば屋上で流しそうめんとはね。季節外れの転校生だけあって考えることが違うわね。
I think I've saved in a good while.
セーブしないんだからね。
I've heard it takes about 3 days to get a cat to take to you. The girl named Irisu Makina got attached to me even faster than I thought. Yes, this is the same Makina who used to flee the instant she laid eyes on me. I have no idea what changed her mind, but lately it's been quite the opposite with her approaching me on sight.
今日も暑いね。
Yeah, true. Not that she's particularly talkative, but a small greeting she tends to just tag along in silence. You want something?
別に。
Honestly speaking, getting followed around for no reason like this is a little annoying. That said, there's no reason for me to coldly shoo her away either. You don't need to go to afternoon classes?
今日は私の選択してる授業もうないし。
I see. In other words, she's probably just bored. The schedule at the school is divided between the core curriculums in the morning and optional courses in the afternoon. And it's not rare for a few of my classmates to be lazing around by the vending machines after lunch. If you got nothing to do, how about going back to the dorm and studying? Is what I like to say, but come to think of it, I'm also wandering around wasting my free 5th period. Guess I don't exactly have the right to leisure lecture Machina. Want something to drink? I dig my hand around in my pocket searching for small change.
お金持ってる。
Holding out her right palm toward me to declare it's fine, Machina takes out something that looks like a green stuffed animal from her pocket. The vaguely frog-shaped thing seems to be a purse, and it seems red, mouth open wide with the snap of a metal bearing. After taking out a few coins, Machina buys a juice box from one of the vending machines lined up in the passage and returns to my side. Holding an attached straw feed with its stubby, clumsy-looking fingers, Machina pierces it into the juice box and starts to slurp the contents. Similarly, I drink quietly from my paper cup full of oolong tea.
今日も暑いね。
True. Now we're repeating ourselves. Probably evidence that we're both puzzled over how to get a conversation started. Who was it that told me that the man has to break the ice in situations like this? Of course, I'm not confident I could pull that off if I tried. What do I talk about with a girl like Machina?
ねえお兄ちゃん、なんかお話をして。
Stories. Stories. It's a fairly standard request, but I'm not sure where to go with this. It's toward a story.
暑いからなんか涼しいお話。
A cool story. It's a bit tricky. When you're looking for a chilling tale, I think ghost stories are the standard choice. Fortunately, I'm not lacking in that department, my legacy of time I spent at my old school. Alright then, this is something I heard from an upperclassman at my previous school. This is a story of an American soldier who found himself on a southern island in a night flooded with lukewarm rain. The soldier was making his way south through the darkening jungle amid the pelting downpour, following a native trail with 8 companions. The objective was an enemy anti-aircraft position. The rain had been falling for 2 days straight, leaving the ground swampy as a padded field. With the moon hiding by thick storm clouds, the soldiers couldn't even see the back of their comrades walking 2 or 3 meters ahead. The squad's nerves were already worn by the suggestive darkness of the night's jungle, but the relentless rain piercing through the tree's canopy was suddenly saping their endurance as well. And on top of it, the rough map they received from the scouts was vague to the point of uselessness. Good for a little, but further fueling their anxiety. The squad trudged on the virtual crawl through the knee-deep mud. It was inevitable that their formation grew increasingly loose. So the American soldier, a stepper bringing up the rear of the column, was desperately struggling to avoid getting separated from the rest of his unit. Eventually, he heard a distinctively clack from some distance in front of him, rising above the sound of the rain. He recognizes the sound as the canistant the platoon leader carried as a means to communicate at the night, when poor visible conditions where hand signals were impractical. The number of times he clacked indicated an order to halt on the spot. The man dropped to one knee in the muddy water, grasped the rifle to his breast, and removed the lens cap from his scope, shielding it from the rain. Enemies ambush? Lying flat on the spot, the man pressed a strong eye against the gun's sight. The back of the soldier in front of him came into view. No shots have been fired as of yet. Earlier, reconnaissance has indicated there were barely any enemy troops or armed guerrillas in this area. If there were enemies here, the odds were that they would be scouts, and most likely a fairly small group. As the man rested his chin in the muddy water to watch the jungle ahead, he heard the first sound of a gunfire. The enemy wasn't even 30 meters away from the squad. They practically bumped into each other. 6 lines of fire from the enemy position just had he thought. It seemed to be a small scouting group. Judging from the reckless way they opened fire blindly, they were probably poorly trained guerrillas who panicked after any encounter their enemies under their usual conditions. Removing his gaze from the scope, the man grasped his weapon and pulled back on the bolt handle, pushing a 7.62mm bullet into the exposed chamber. He quickly returned his dominant eye to the eye cup of his sight. The muzzle flashes visible through the scope burned white after it imaged onto his pupil. Fully dilated after a long walk in the darkness. He couldn't see the enemy, and beyond the intuition alone, he squeezed the trigger. A momentary explosive light from his gun, and he heard an enemy grunt from the bush some 30 meters ahead. The man took his rifle in both hands and began to crawl on his elbows and knees in search of the new firing position. After moving about 10 meters to the left, he discovered a convenient foxhole that would serve his purpose nicely. When he swung his body down his throat, he found it was half full of stagnant water, just as he expected, but that fact barely registered in his mind. More importantly, from a position like this, he could snipe while hidden for a time. Sinking to the waist in the muddy water, he mechanically pulled back his rifle bolt and squeezed the trigger, again and again and again. All of a sudden, he heard a voice from the next foxhole. This is when had it been occupied. Hey, give me a grenade! In response, the man took an M67 grenade from the belt slung around his waist and held it out. The safety pin still fixed in place. A white hand reached out from the nearby trench and received it. Thank you. The man was certain he heard those words. But no matter how long the man waited, his comrade didn't throw the grenade. Maybe the safety pin was bent somehow and he couldn't get it loose. Hey, you okay? As the man was speaking those words, he started to move his head to look above the edge of the encampment at the moment. Encampment. The grenade exploded in the next foxhole. Oof. Explosion at point-blank range isn't something you hear. The overpowering waves of sounds aren't recognized by your ears as noises. A massive burning air struck the man like a wall, knocking the helmet off his head and thrusting his body backwards the muddy hole. His mouth thrown opened by the explosion was instantly filled with filthy water. As the man desperately tried to spit it out, he realized his tongue had been knocked back in his throat. He couldn't breathe. Quickly thrusting his hands in his mouth, the man peeled his tongue free with his fingers and proudly vomited out the water together with the breath that he had gathered in his lungs. Salt was burning from inhalation, the explosion, scorching wind. He couldn't stop the tears that were pouring down his face. His head had felt like it had taken a direct hit from the fastball made of concrete, and his ears were filled with high-pitched ringing. Hey, you alright? Get it together. Caught up in the muddy water with his head in his hands, the man heard the voice of a comrade. At least his eardrums hadn't shattered. He felt himself being dragged up out of the foxhole with both arms. Gotta move. Temporary withdrawal. Can you walk? Despite the man's effort to nod his head, he couldn't see. His ears were very functional, and his throat was on fire. He couldn't even speak. The man began to run his hands across the ground in a panic. His comrade knew what he was looking for. The man felt his rifle pressed back into his hands. Reassured by the familiar feel of his weapons, man slung it on his shoulder. His hands still clutching the ground, he fled that place at a crawl. 30 minutes passed. When the man came to himself, the rain had, ironically enough, finally stopped. His vision had largely recovered when he looked around. He saw his companions, all just as filthy with mud. "Okay, Shorty, you still alive?" The sniper was still scurrying around the ground when that voice called to him. It belonged to a black man who joined the army at the same time as him. They'd been in the same squad in their training days as well, and the black man was his closest friend in the platoon. His greeting was casual as always. "Give me a break." The man resorted his beloved rifle and told his friend about the hand grenade incident. That voice from the next foxhole. Wait, oh no. Give me 1 second. I got a notification for the thing. Let me see. The voice from the next foxhole, the grenade he handed over, Mom cited. Man angrily spat out the details of his brush with death through another stupidity. The black man listened in silence when the story was over. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Huh? The hell are you talking about, Shorty?" The black man said his story was impossible. Come to think of it, of course it was. The man was the unit Birdman, the rear guard, the end of the line. Usually the Birdman marched 10 to 20 meters behind the squad. There was no way an ally would have been encamped only 2 or 3 meters from his position. Let's see. Let me see. Can't see. Oh, they don't have the numbers. Let me see. I know people have hard times seeing. can't see. Okay. I'll probably stop after I get my food. Even considering his movements to change his fighting positions couldn't happen to anyone until the unit broke into retreat. I mean, let's say you're right and some jackass dropped a grenade in his own foxhole. Okay, who was that? When the man looked around his surroundings, all 8 of the squad's other members were accounted for. A few were lightly wounded, but clearly none of them had been on the receiving end of a grenade blast recently. So, who the hell did you give that grenade to? In response to his friend's words, a shiver ran down the man's spine. After rejoining the main force and completing his report, the man told his story to a grizzled veteran. The sergeant major had an explanation of sorts for him. That place is right around the site of an old battle where many Americans died. Among them were many wounded who'd been cruelly, slowly butchered by guerrillas with spears and bayonets, and some who had reached to the grenades on their waists and pulled out the pin rather than be tortured to death. So then, who had taken the man's grenade? Perhaps a lingering spirit still clinging to the battlefield even in death? Or so the story went. What do you think? Get a bit of a chill?
なんて話を聞かせてくれるのよさ。おしっこちびりそうなのよ。
Oh, sorry about that. Forget it.
無理。今夜一人でおトイレ行った時、絶対泣く。
My bad.
今度お話をするときはもうちょっと楽しいお話にして。
Huh? Yeah, got it. Makina throws her empty juice box into a trash can and starts to patter away. As usual, she leaves as quickly as she arrives. This time, after walking about 3 meters, Makina stops on the spot and turns back to me.
ね、お兄ちゃん。
Oh, that's good. She has different socks every time. What?
お兄ちゃんは死後の世界ってあると思う？
I feel like there is. Life after death. Can't say for sure since I've never experienced it firsthand. If you believe in it, then maybe there is. In the army, there's a popular story about an afterlife exclusively for soldiers. It's a story you'll find in the armed forces of pretty much any country, in pretty much identical form. If you believe in an afterlife is waiting for you, it will be. I'm sure it's something like that.
そっか。ありがとう。じゃあまた。
With those words, she runs off, this time without looking back. I don't think I said anything particularly interesting, but I Hearing words of thanks naturally lightens my mood anyways. Drinking up the rainy oolong tea with a gulp, I throw the empty cup in the trash bin and walk off towards our classroom for the 6th period class. There's a subspecies of woman distinguished by excessive kind of helplessness, the burning desire to take care of other people's problems. Within a few days of entering school, I had a rough idea that Amane fit the busybody woman classification. But I had to admit I wasn't expecting her to extend her meddling to me quite so quickly. Ah, what is happening? Where's the log? Where's the log?
テキストの設定なんてしないんだからね。
Where's the log?
ダイアログの表示設定なんてしないんだからね。ダイアログの表示設定なんてしないんだからね。
Where'd the log go?
テキストの設定なんてしないんだからね。
How do I go back? I guess I gotta go to shortcut. F8. Okay. But I have to admit I wasn't expecting her to although I suppose it's inevitable that we run into each other a lot since we live in the same dorm. It seemed like she's coming up to me at every free moment and playing the big sister.
何か困ってることはない？わからないことがあれば何でも私に聞きなさい。
I wish she put herself in my shoes. It's not easy having to politely shoot her down every time. Not wasting any time, are you? I'm not sure she got the idea in her head, but lately every time a break begins, Amane been cleaning it to me from behind.
巨乳キャラだぞ。ちょっと垂れてるところがマニアックだぞ。
Check it out, I'm the big dick character. The way they droop just a little is very popular with things. Look, you're heavy. Remove your chest flaps from my head.
何その言い草。ユージ君おっぱい嫌いなの？
On the contrary, I'm something of a fan.
ならいいじゃん。もっと喜びなよ。若い男なら誰しもが夢中になるパイオツだぞ。そんな態度取ってると同性愛者だと思われてヒゲ面の親父に言い寄られるよ。
I'd prefer that if a man sexually harasses me, at least I can knock him flat without feeling guilty about it. What do you want from me? You have something to say, then spit it out already.
いやいや、今の授業で何かわからないところはなかったってね。ちょっとお姉さんぶってみたいだけなんだけどさ。
This is cute. Thanks, sis, but I'm a big boy now, so could you please get lost?
ああ、照れちゃって。可愛いんだからもう。ぎゅー。
That I'm a dainty little thing. I'll break more easily than you think.
だからこうして優しく抱きしめてるんじゃない。
They say a snapping turtle won't release prey from its bite even if lightning strikes nearby. Amane is a similar beast. When she clings to me, my only release is the sound of the bell. This woman kept a pet cat. I'm positive it would go bald from stress within a week. I'm not confident my own hair will be safe if I allow these assaults to continue. I think it's about time I get my message across, even if it requires taking a somewhat harsh attitude. Amane, that's about it. Just as I begin to shout, Sakaki appears with spectacular timing. Spectacular.
そうさん、少しいいかしら。うん。
Yumiko grimaces at Amane's response. Her blur is expressive. Hey, who are you supposed to be?
まあいいわ。次の地歴の授業で使うプロジェクターの準備があるでしょ。ああ、そうか。今日の日直、私とマキナだ。イリスさん一人で準備を始めたけど、放っておいていいの？ごめん、ユージ君。私行かなきゃ。
Don't mind me.
急いだ方がいいわよ。またイリスさんが機材を壊す前に。マーキナー、待って、壊さないで。
She finally released me. What a noisy woman.
あれ、わざとああしてドタバタして見せているのよ。ネクラだってバレるのはそんなに怖いのかしら。
What do you mean?
言葉の通りよ。まあ、昔のスオーさんのように無駄にうじうじしているよりはマシだと思って私は諦めることにしたわ。
You make it sound like you're familiar with her past. Have you known Amane that long?
そうね。と言っても知り合ってまだ1年程度だけれど。
So, Amane wasn't always like this.
何？彼女に興味があるの？
I just don't understand the woman. How does she drape herself all over me like that?
私が知るわけないじゃない。彼女に直接聞いたらどう？
I did. Just the other day, having stocked up on the necessities for my new dorm life at the local supermarket. I was wandering around leisurely around the area in the front of the station.
あれ？ゆうちゃんじゃん。何してんの？こんなとこで。
Don't call me that.
ん？なんで？かわいいじゃん。
Spare me. I can't get any cuter than I already am. All the other girls would get I see now.
そういう言い回し、誰かに似てるって言われない？
Like who?
さあ、それより何？お買い物？
Amane pointed at the plastic supermarket bag dangling from my hand.
ボックスティッシュに乾電池、サラダ油にマヨネーズ、あとはレトルトのカレーにデンタルフロス、それともやし。
Look, you don't just start rifling through my bag.
カレーを買うなら南口の山陽より北口の松栄の方が安いよ。もやしも松栄さんなら1袋29円だし。
You're as knowledgeable as always. Do you wander around comparing prices all day long?
別に毎日ってわけじゃないけど、買い物のたびにチェックはしてるかな。
She's got an impressive devotion to economizing. I give up. My brain. Economizing. I felt. I felt definitive admiration since my master was the sort of wild woman who bought things without even looking at the prices tag.
牛乳、卵、野菜を買うなら松栄さん、お魚、お肉、トイレットペーパーを買うなら山陽さんって覚えておくといいよ。
I'm not that caught up in the prices. I appreciate the thought, but I just want a store that's convenient. It's all well and good to wander around looking for bargains, but when you consider the increased effort and I give up. I can't read. Consumptions of times involved, getting too picky frequently turns into a loss.
まあ、男の子はそうだよね。
That's That's right, I'll be going.
帰るの？
Yeah, I did finish my shopping.
じゃあ一緒に帰ろうよ。
As soon as the words left her mouth, Amane was standing by my side, firmly grasping my hand. What do you think you're doing?
何が？
This, of course. In demonstration, I raised the hand that Amane had gripped, or rather captured, her fingers intertwined tightly with mine. What am I? The kid who won't go home unless Mama pulls him there? I gotta admit, I don't remember acting quite that adorably, so I'm very interested in where you're coming from here. Still gripping my right hand tightly, Amane raises the forefinger of her other hand against her lips and racked her brains for an answer.
幼い弟の手を引いて家に帰る優しいお姉ちゃんプレイ？
Oh, is that it? If it's role-playing, then I guess I have to play along. Did you really think I'd say that? Oh my god. This guy. He just pushed the fuck off her. He's like, get the heck off. I forcefully yanked my arm free, shaking off Almane's grip.
もう嫌なの？
If you think that puppy dog face will make me act nicer out of guilt, you're very wrong. I don't fight in public. That's a rule of mine.
二人きりならいいの？
Stop twisting my words. The point is, I can't think of a single reason why I should hold hands with you.
私がつなぎたいからじゃあ理由にならないの？
It's not an answer to the question why you want to hold hands.
私ね、過去の事故のトラウマで誰かと手をつないでいないと不安なのよ。
Some kind of obsessive compulsive disorder? What sort of accident was it?
それは
I think I'm gonna stop for now because the delivery driver's having a hard time. So I'm just gonna end here from now. I think it's a good 5-hour stream. I think that's pretty good. I don't know. I think I might play this more for myself. Yeah, I think I'll play this more for myself. I was supposed to play Chaos Head today, but I was like, I kinda... Let's see... Move my bottle. Just keep... But yeah, I'm supposed to play Chaos Head today, but I didn't want to. I don't know. I'll just stream whenever I can. I'm not sure what I'll play next. Maybe go back to, what is it, Tashio X Alice? Maybe next time. I'm not too sure. Still trying to think on what to play. I'm gonna try not to hop on too many games. I feel like I am, but I think I'll go back to Tashio X Alice whenever I get another chance to stream. But yeah, thank you for sitting for my 5-hour stream. Yippee. myself over here. Move myself here. She's so cute. Adorable. I like all the characters so far. They're all like interesting in their own way. My favorite character. I like Amina, but let me see. I think I like Mitsuru too. Mitsuru, Makina. I like all of them. They're all really good. All well put to characters. I feel bad for Makina because my mom thinks she's stupid. It's kind of relatable. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it short on the yeah. But yeah, I think so far I like Amina, but I like Makina, but Mitsuru too. They're all good girls. I like them all. But thank you for stopping by. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope you liked the VOD for any lurkers or any VOD watchers. Sorry. I feel like I was just like going through the story, which is a good thing because I don't like, I want to just get through it and everything. But I feel like I barely got into it, which kind of sucks. I wanted to finish a route, but maybe next time. I don't know. Maybe I'll finish it more offline. Bye bye. I'm gonna head out because I need to see whether my food is coming or not because the delivery driver are always having trouble finding my place. So bye bye. See you next time. Otsumao mao. Bye 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 bye. Ooh, best girl. Me too, kind of, because she's cute. But they're all cute. Bye 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 bye. Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good night. I hope you have a good day and a good night. And you sleep well. I think I see my food. Finally. I think he finally found the spot. Thank God. Now I can eat my sandwich. And then I'm gonna bother Cherry. She said that she was going through the VOD. The VOD on our paddle, and she's laughing. I'm gonna find another VOD. Oh, eventually me, Cherry, and Taro gotta talk to them to see if they wanna do a collab together. So look forward to that. And see you whenever. Catch you on the flip side. I don't know when I'll stream next. Maybe Thursday. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Whenever I'm free. I like streaming. Streaming's fun. Fun. Especially if you just stream anime girls and visual novels. And Ultimate games. Many handsome boys. Anyways, enough yapping. My food's here. Yippee! Bye. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. I appreciate any type of support, no matter if you're lurker, VOD, or just chilling. Appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being curious about me and my silly little games I play. Alright, like I said, Otsumama. Have a good night. Have a good day. See you later. Bye bye.